be the beginning ad starting in a moment, folks. Hey, no man. As per request, I've opened it up. I am in a room too. Can I do this the slow way? I can. Wall climb. Playing Minesweeper right now. Okay, I see your priorities. Wait. Mika gave me a shout out yesterday? What? Reading my channel information on OBS, and it says that Mika gave me a shout out yesterday. I didn't stream yesterday. Huh. Yeah, odd. This feels like it might be able to be world recordable. You gotta prevent it? Yeah. Map? We are on map 33564 at the moment. How are we doing, Ray? Hey, Emmy. Hope you're well. Hey Ray, thank you very much for the follow. See me come on during work. That means it gives you something to do while you're doing work. Yeah, we'll take that. How do you find a map? Well, you could either join us by going into my club and then going to a night together, which is a room that I'm playing this in at the moment. Or alternatively, you can use this OpenPlanet add-on if you are not on console. And where is it called? You're on PC? Then all you have to do is you have to download this add-on here called Money Exchange. And you'll get a little pop down here where you can put in the ID. I do a little bit more than that to do what I'm doing by playing every map in order, but essentially that's all you need. Yeah, so you might see under the world records at the moment, it's got the TMX number. Enter that number there, and you'll be able to go to this map. Got a little bit of way to go yet, Neumann. Can't see it. 33564. Hey, Astra. Hit 33.5, so if I want to go and say I play 100 tracks a day, I need to get 3,000 maps done for the 18th of November. Surely that's doable, right? That's a PB for me. 40.5. You're getting very close there. I'm no longer last. There was somebody lower than me. 42.9, yeah. I don't know why I can't see fifth in the world at the moment, but there's maybe a way of getting through this in an alternative order. That'll make sense. I don't think there is a way of taking any shortcuts. Yeah, maybe not. Hey, Wills. And yeah, man. Yeah. That just means that it goes back to the start. There's probably a multi-lap version of it somewhere, yeah. Yeah, man. Like back in the day when I used to always get the old TMGL maps, the 6 lappers, and you get a 1 lap version, then you get a 3 lap version, then you go, oh god, here's the 6 lap version. You get all of them. Here. How achievable is this 39.5, no man? Don't ask me, I'm on a run. You just suck right now? You don't suck. You might be skill checked right now, but you don't suck. -8, -0.8? Whoa, okay. Amy. Amy, would you believe I put a Rage Ice map as the last map for the last campaign? I actually chose to put a Rage Ice map as the last map for the campaign. The last campaign. Probably. It wasn't a short. A 1.3 second lead. I can show you in a second if you want. Actually, we'll let Nomad hunt. I'm going to show you the last campaign quickly. I'll be back, Nomad. So the last campaign. It's only 15 maps. Rages, not so many. But no one has played it. So I'll show you the old world record. Normally I hit these ice maps and like half my clubs played it because you're all ice Andes. So it's like, oh, I should put this in. Wait, everyone's already played it anyway. I stand by my choice. It actually looks alright. Yeah, I recognized a couple of the bits from his old minis. back. Did you get it? There we go. So I think that's a decent ice map and worthy of going in, but it's a small campaign, only 15 maps this time. I couldn't find any others. There was a lot of crap. You got it! By 0.07, but you got it. Well done. I can safely say that I am skill checked because it's tech. Happy to move on, Nomad? Or you want to run again, try to get a better time? One? Alright, you got world record, I mean. The fact that it's Satomari suggests that this was unplayed and he found it with the unclaimed ATs map things. This might have not been played by anyone before he did that. He's close? Yeah. But you know the idea if you want to go back and play it. Yeah. So if some people are in here who haven't watched the channel in a while, we have a thing called TMX together, which allows me to do what I used to do on my own together. So if you want to join in and play maps in order, you can. This one is actually multi-lap. I can't watch your time from the lobby. I'd have to go to the track itself. Like that? I don't know how I create a pin though. There you go. I'm slowly learning, Emmy. Okay, that's a bit of time. These feel like conversions. Probably not. He's probably just using TMWT blocks or something like that, but they feel like they're conversions. G'day, Crazy Bus Driver. How we doing, mate? Welcome back to the stream. Yeah, it's probably block mixing, but yes, indeed, block mix number 2. By the way, this stream is courtesy of Neumad. He managed to convince me to come on and stream for the night. I'd just been quietly chilling, and he's like, come on bro, there's no one streaming. You should be doing it. So if you want to, could you say thank you to Neumad for convincing me to get off my ass and do a stream? Or perhaps it's more apt to say, get on my ass and do a stream. But I know there's no way I would have been able to do this when I started streaming a year ago. Well, 11 months ago. There's absolutely no way I'd be playing like this. So I have got better. I'm just still shit at tech. Too early. Crazy Bus, if you want to, when you're ready to skip, what we do, skip equals 1. So all you do is you press 1, and that tells me that you're ready to move on, okay? He's like, tick, 1. G'day, Angelic. Welcome to the room. And welcome to the hunt. Same story. You want, when you're ready to skip, press 1. Hey, Kitty. Actually, is it Caddy or is it Katie? Because if it's Katie, I'd rather know than Caddy. Caddy? Oh, so I'm right? Okay. Cool, thank you. Out of curious, Emmy, what do you do for a job that you can hang out and listen to Lakanda's music while you're working? Yeah, okay, you gotta go AFK. Fair enough. Work things. Fashion. Whoa. Well, I definitely couldn't afford anything you're selling them. I tell you what, you can make me look good. Oh, I might be a lost cause. Okay, let's check the chat. Who's ready to move on? crazy bus doing crazy bus things. I'll let Angelic get a time before we move on to the next map. Because surely they can beat me. Here we go. Now can I beat them? Too early. Jesus. I bonked and I took a second off my time. Working at 14? I had no idea you were that young, Emmy. No clue. Take that as a compliment. I think I just suddenly had a bit of a revelation in terms of tech. I just took 2 seconds off my time in 2 runs. Okay. You're okay with it? Okay, let's go. So Angelic, just press 1 if you want to. Probably another tech map anyway. We've probably gone through a bunch of them. PB last second. Hey, we take those. Wet dream. Oh god. Told ya. Oh, another free world record probably. No one's played it. We claim world record before we move on, boys. At least. Surely. What? What? Astra, I think if you're talking about Neumad's post about a wet dream, it's just that crazy bus likes tech. That's what I assume it meant. These maps are pretty decent. They're good tech maps. Now all I have to do is learn how to drive tech. Here he goes, he's got first. Curious to see what the time is in a moment, but... G'day Waffles! How are we doing, mate? Doing alright. What are we going to focus on to practice first for our complex numbers? Okay, what's world's slowest time? Oh, it's me. Maybe. It says no one's finished this. Go around the ramp at the start? Okay. I was slower there? The basics. I love how you say that. Like, complex numbers and basics. Surely. Indeed. Indeed, that's why I'm laughing about it. TMNZ? Because it's all Kiwis in there? Ah, voice chat. Oh. But won't you hear me twice? You'll hear me through the... Yeah, okay. Yeah. That would be weird. Yeah, no, I'm happy to come in. They won't hear Discord though, so I might be talking to you guys sometimes and they'll be going, what the hell? Because I haven't added Discord to Streamdings. But otherwise, I might not always respond to you though, okay? I don't know whether they'll hear you or not. Do you guys hear it in the stream? Hey guys. We might actually be going through a decent stretch of TMX. I don't know how you guys extricate the times that you do. I am still shit at tech, but I feel like I'm getting better, but I'm so far off. I did just gain a second. Don't worry, Angelic. The good news is that regardless of ability at one style, we will always hit another one. I just took 1.5 seconds off my time in 2 runs. I'm happy with that. I've got to beat Sedamari. Alright, we're moving on. And I'm at 6th. I won't question the number at the end combined with crazy bus number. Bus driver, rather. Adding the two together is a bad combination. Oh, it's not tech. But it is by Richard E. It's by SR. Why is... But it's by SRK, but it's by Richard E. How is it both? Maybe. Around to the right. Keep going around to the right. Maybe the original map that was made by Richard E. was going the other direction, and SRK has just made the map go backwards. That's also possibly the case. Oh god. Did I play your map? What was your map ID, Villa Buster? Ah. No, Villa Buster. I play every map in order. So I play TMX in the order that they come through. So we've got a wee way to go before I get to your map if you made it this week. Like 2 to 3 years time, I'll play your map. I will keep it in mind. What style of map is it, Buster? Thank you for the follow. Oh god, I just threw out. Stir? Okay. How much have the boys been training, Noimad? This week, isn't it tomorrow? The week that's been. Okay. Oh, I was +7. Well, -7. 7. I don't want to be +7, I want to be -7. This is a good map compared to most of the maps that I play. How do you skip that dirt? You said something about skipping sand? Huh. I can go and look for you if you want me to. For those who are wondering, sometimes I am responding to things in Discord at the moment. The TM New Zealand players are playing a bit together, so I am talking occasionally to them. Are you even qualified? I have like, actually, how many bronze medals do I have? Let's check. Yeah, 15,000 bronze medals. I have got 30,000 medals. Yeah, that's surely I'm qualified, B. Welcome back, Caddy. Yeah, definitely is. I mean, V, you probably got the odd time where you play my campaigns to a best of and go, why the fuck did LeCanta put this in the best of? But, that's the thing with best ofs. They're always, like, people's personal preferences. One for me. I'm happy to move on. All good. I mean, I didn't mind today's map today, but like for a couple of days, B. But I wouldn't call it a good map either. It was... Some of them were rough. That was super awkward. I think it was an adequate map. I just don't think it was good for a couple of days. I was happy to get gold on it. Just come to it. Come to a night together and you can do it. Shit. Okay. Waiting on Noimad PB. Whoa, 1.4 ahead. Did I just really hear that? What's Twitch? happy birthday. Well, I mean, I've already said happy birthday twice, so, Whoa, 3.7 ahead. Come on, don't die. Come on, Nomad, have you got your PB yet? We can move on. As if I was like, just get me the hell out of this map. Nah, I call maps bad after I've played them about, I don't know, 20 times ago. I hate this map with every fiber of my being. Drafty's like, thank you for not having it load too quickly. It says loading map, and it's just sitting there. V, you can load it if you want to. Saved rooms, time limit, waiting, 5... Oh, there we go. You had like a minute warning of it, me clicking it. I can check. I'll check for next RPG. I just use TMX together and it gives me a good idea. I have the page open. There's one called Don't Get Wet at 673, but that's ages away. I have a finish on this. I just saw my ghost drive off. Oh, give me a second, V. It may not have been registered by Songify. Welcome, SRK. I mean, honestly though, think about it. At the start of all of this, would you have said that 3 Oceanic players playing together in a match? Yeah, exactly. I think Mata had been he'd talked about wanting to play against them just because of the Oceanic thing. So I think he had actually been looking at playing them regardless. But it's good for us. It's good for the whole region. Zishrov. Want to, Zertrov, a whole lot of us in the New Zealand TM Discord. You're probably, as an Aussie, still probably welcome if you want to join in. Talking than what I'm actually saying in Discord. I'm keeping a little bit quieter just because they will have to hear me potentially multiple times if they are watching my stream at all. Yeah. And you can watch different bits and pieces as I stream. Hey, it's okay, nice. Ooh, Ketty, 36.5. Nice. You are playing with anyone who is willing to join in. Are you really complaining about the fact there's more than just Kiwis in here? Well, xenophobic is a good word, yeah. We are, yeah, we've got a new government, right? Trying to cut and I'm failing so bad. reminder to those coming in. Yeah, you can bounce on the water. I'm just doing it because it's fun. Just down here? Well, I mean, he did. Alright. I will spectate you. There you go. World record showing how it's done. Indeed, we are. I am spectating you. Here we go. I am so slow. Oh, Kenny's got an improvement. Whoa, you can gain like half a second on it. You totally can gain heaps. Surfal 35.5, 35.6. Okay. Yeah, V, you're not wrong. It is pretty obvious cut once you see it. Yeah, once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. Chilling for a moment. I'm going to... Who do I follow? Yeah. moving on in 1 minute. You got your 1 minute warning. I'm gonna start my timer. When we hit a minute, we'll move on. In about 30,000 map IDs. Yeah. The aim is to get to 36,500 before the 18th of November, because then I can say that I've played 100 maps a day for the year. Welcome back, Emmy. Okay, 50 seconds. Well done to the new world holder. Hey. Wow. Getting a bit of extra time as it loads in. I think TMX might be a little bit slow at the moment. It is. It's just really fucking slow. I don't know when it's gonna load. It's loading. It's taken 40 seconds so far. Yeah, it doesn't do it. It doesn't work. Yeah. I might reload the plugin. Well, let's do it. Good song. Nomad. I think SRK would rather have Lacanta show up than Nomad. Let's be honest. For the record, someone in Discord New Zealand just said, "Who is Lacanta?" Alright, that risky finish. What the hell do we do there? How? Also, Big Cat Dennis. I think he jumped out of the loop, but that looks really nutty. Okay, that's not so bad. That risky finish is actually not so bad. You just fly slightly above the palm tree. Yeah. Yeah, Emmy, there's no way I'm doing that. Not that right, Em. That doesn't seem faster. You're so slow. After playing World of Wampus, I believe Lacana is leveled up. What, you actually think I'm improving, Emmy? fever vengeance in my chat. Well, you're not getting worse. Let's leave it at that. Angelic just got yeeted into the hemisphere. You just jump out of the, as it's starting the loop. To the left or the right? You just aim slightly into the leaves of the palm tree and you'll go through. See you later, Kenny. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you very much, Baxter, for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the fellow Kiwi. G'day, Team Tree. Welcome in. Minus 40. I'll try to be on for tomorrow for Biowack and J-Swag and cheer on the boys. Gold? Yeah, it's the election day today, TN3. It looks like we've got a change of government coming through. So far ahead, I'm just going to finish a run and see how much I can get out of this. Alright, 30 seconds.
Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Next map coming up, guys. Yeah, you can't change your vote, so it won't matter. Zertrov, the map thing's changing is really slow at the moment. I don't know why. No, he's in my stream. Surfall, at this point I might as well call you Sephiroth, the way he's pronouncing it. I had a pinball map recently, V. This is not pinball. What is with these right-hand corners, like 90-degree corners where you don't bounce around the corner? That's so annoying. Yeah, some of the stuff I've played, holy crap, this is actually quality entertainment. Okay, there's no way this is press forward. Yeah, but then you don't get the next corner. He's like one of the cornerstones of TMX, Trackmania. He's not allowed in here, no one's allowed in here. Yeah, do it in 15 seconds. Jeepers. Cora getting 17.4. Well, we had someone be virtual. Well, he was 5th. We knocked him out in the top 5. Tree. No, there's a tree right at the very end, 10 tree. Like literally, I would have been like 4 seconds faster than my PB if that tree hadn't been there. Yeah, V for vengeance. I'll shout a TN3 all day. Like, just claim it's the tree every time that I do it. Seems like a good choice. Ooh, backstar. Good time. SRK set. Whoa, nice time. Yeah, it's okay. I just had someone compliment your YouTube stuff lately. Oh, I got such a good start, and then it just falls apart. Well, we're still playing it. Yeah. Definitely helps the entry. G'day, beasts. Okay. 1 minute warning, guys. 1 minute warning. We're gonna move on in 1 minute. Well done to SRK and Cora. I am a little disappointed that I'm 70th in the world. I should have got one more place. Oh, that would have been nice. Yeah. Alright, moving on. Might be a bit of a delay because TMX doing TMX things, but it's loading. Alright, see you later, Vengeance. Wait, Cora just beat the world record just as we finished. G'day, Internet. Oh no. Finish. It's a shit time that I finished. G'day, next. How do I make sure I don't hit that the engine blocks and stuff in the middle? Oh, you gotta hold it as acceleration. Okay. Yeah, you get a very determined bounce, so if you hold on to acceleration through it, you get over it, so then you just gotta reverse through it. Here we go. There's 13. It's just get the ones that are in the middle and that's it. So there's 6 that you fly through, 1 on the reverse, or the super turbo, and then there's 5, and 1 of them is also at the ending. At least the start is very well calculated in that you can get it like almost every single time. No, I've had it fly under a couple of times. Oh, you 100% have to take those CPs on the platform with a bug slide to get a good time. Pritzer. I'm just not that good. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna watch world record quickly. So if you want to go to my stream, I'm gonna show world record. Yeah. So I'm just gonna show world record. See what they do. Trackmania is being slow though. Holy crap. Retrieving records. While it's doing that, I'll have a run. There we go. I think it's Oceania, yeah. Sertrov saying it's an Nadeo service just to Oceania at the moment. Why is it not loading? Okay, that's my PB. That's not what I want to watch. Keep playing while I get it loaded. Interesting. There's a GPS? Ah, your map. Okay. So is it something going on with Oceania at the moment? Oh, we got it. It's up. Bug slot. No. No, he's just doing smooth. He's just smoothly going through grass. How do I show inputs though? Hide PB. I did tick it, it didn't do anything. There we go. It's up now. okay. It's okay. Kiwis, shit talk their best mates. That's what Kiwis do. Hey, Kuya! Welcome, mate. Alright, jumping back into the room now we've seen it. I mean, I'd do a good job too, surely. Yeah. They have no idea, right? I haven't had any crazy ice maps for like 3,000 IDs that are worth hitting you up about. So if you're like, why is the counter not talk to me about like ice maps at all? That's why. See, which means we actually sort of like the Aussies as well, even though we hate to admit it. That's alright, because they are awful at rugby at the moment, right? So we could. The only way they'll get our rugby players is to blow us up, right? I feel that the biggest thing is that Kiwis have improved a lot real recently. that, TNT? It's okay, you're ready to move on, or you want to get word record before we move on, or Okay, I'm giving you 2 minutes. I'm giving you 2 minutes. We're gonna watch you for 2 minutes. How's that? I have my kids at school know I play Trackmania, and I'm a teacher, so... What's that, sorry? Yeah, we got a couple. Not super hardcore, but they are playing. I teach from like year 9 all the way to year 13. On your streets? Holy shit. Evening pressure. Okay, we're gonna move on. We're gonna start the move. It might take a wee while. It's 33571 if you want to come back to it at any point and get that world record. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame you, but if you want to, you can. Good morning, Pressure. No, I've got one. I've got a. I'll show you on camera. I have a desktop one. I could use the one that's attached to my headphones, but I don't bother. It's probably because Discord is just shit. It might be that, because I am playing music all the time. What the hell is this map? Wosal, yeah. Yeah, next Andrea just goes, this is Air Puzzle 01. There's gonna be an 02. Yeah, let's hope they're not all in a row immediately. Well, I mean, I just got through the finish block. Does that count? No. I sold it. Well, they either need to do that or they need to create like an actual monetary value which actually makes it worth you doing it. At the moment, there's not enough incentive to be a high-level Turret Mania player. I got the checkpoint. I'm just trying to get a finish. Is that magnet behind it? Yeah. Yes! Yes! I got it! I'm last, but it's a finish. It's a finish. I don't care that it's last. 26 seconds is... 26 seconds is the second to last. We need it not last, so I need to keep playing. Ah, shit. So I'm not last? Yeah, we were gonna cheat the system completely. So my time is 53 seconds, by the way. Yeah, it's not good, eh? How do I do that? I am. I improved my time and I'm still last. Oh.
Who's in VC and who's talking, which is what I've got for my stream.
So, I have an interesting physics bug. If I hold break... So, seems like I get, maybe I'm...
If I do audio output, oh no, it's audio output capture. I don't want audio output captured away.
No, I think that's the right one. Oh, well, it depends if it's global or not.
Well, no, you can create.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure you can add one. Oh, application audio capture. That's what you want to add.
Okay. That way, everyone can listen to the Kiwis. Yeah, there's a bit of other
So it's
people.
still here. And then I forgot how I did it, but then you can also make it so that your Discord overlay pops up.
There you go, people. Well done on that time, SRK. 11.6 is nice.
Thanks. Yeah, it was a bit messy, but somehow got it still.
To my stream, can you hear the Discord things?
1111111. Just a test.
Yep, you can. I just listened.
Okay.
That's good. Now I just need to figure out how to add your overlay, which I'm currently looking
A little
for
bit
right
loud?
now on my
Okay.
OBS.
Honestly, this world record is actually beatable. Got a very good start setup.
Okay, I've just tried changing sound settings. So if it's too noisy, let me know. He's given his we've lost speech.
Yeah, he's like, look guys, we put up a good fight, but numbers weren't quite what we were hoping them to be. Thanks for the family.
Picanto, do you currently have the Discord overlay showing for yourself on your own screen?
No, I don't.
Do you wanna... I don't know if you wanna do it now. It should only take a couple minutes. I can just... Every time I get to the next step, I can just explain to you what to do if you want.
Okay, let me know when. Just can you write like the steps in Discord, and I'll do it.
Yep.
How do you think we'll try to do? The groups.
Yo.
How do you think Trident will do in groups?
Someone has to get another time that's slower than 36 seconds, by the way.
I think they will get one map against Alliance. I think they could get one maybe.
And then in the lowers?
Lowers?
You haven't got CP1 once.
Wait, wait, what'd you say, Lakata? It needs to be shorter than 36.
No, I've got 36 seconds, and you need to get longer than 30 seconds, so I'm not last in the world.
Okay, I got you, don't worry.
I have no idea if they can beat Simmons. I haven't seen either one of the teams play.
Then we can happily move on.
There you go.
Hey, thank you very much. 37 seconds, not set up at all.
That was a really tough time for me, to be honest.
How long were you standing in front of the entrance standing in front of the end, waiting for the
To be fair, not that long at all, not that long at all. Oh wait, Chris Hipkins is gonna resign? No way.
What? He said that?
Nah, he didn't say it, but the news hub people are like, well, he was saying he gave it his all, and he was saying a bunch of stuff that sounded like he was gonna resign. I don't know.
I can't see it.
Yeah, Lacandra, I sent you a message for it. And you can also scroll down and change the position of where you want it, so it'll be better seen on stream. Like, bottom left might be best for you, with how everything's placed on your stream.
Yeah, bottom left, you reckon?
Yeah, because top left is your face cam, top right is your Spotify, bottom right is your dashboard,
it just,
bottom left.
It might overlap chat.
Chat pops up down there?
Chat is, well, there's no chatters at the moment, but...
Oh, yeah. I guess you could put it bottom right and always move your dashboard up to bottom, or just underneath your Spotify.
Under the Spotify could work, yeah.
Wait.
You can put your dashboard up there. Because I don't think you can have a custom position for it, you can have to lock it to each corner.
Yes. It is done.
So,
You got
if
it?
you want to follow the...
Zetrop, 9 minutes. Okay, I'm good now.
Okay, well, so I didn't have to get a bad time for that.
No, you really didn't.
That's dedication right there.
Because I crashed into the CP and had like... I actually got one good run where I went along the wall, but otherwise had to do this stupid flip that turtled twice, but eventually landed it.
Good on you, mate.
I have a question. Will the new New Zealand government then change the flag to the laser by Kiwi flag?
Yeah. The
Is that part of their
referendum,
policies?
it didn't go through, unfortunately.
That does seem to be the way of
okay,
referendums.
wait. I know how to do it, the whole thing now. So if you wanna add your Discord overlay, I can then explain the OBS part to you if you want.
Okay.
Or I could even share my screen if you want me to go step by step.
Nah, don't show the screen. Okay. Are we doing the settings in... It says go settings. Do I do it in...
Yeah, in Discord. Use the
Discord,
settings, and you want to
okay.
scroll down all the way to the bottom, and not far from the bottom you'll see game overlay.
Yeah, got
You
that.
just want to tick that, and you want to go avatar size large, and then always and always. And then put it in, I think, bottom right.
That's what I already have.
Wait, okay. That's already good then. And you've got it bottom right, so you'll be able to see it on the screen.
But I don't see it.
Oh,
Oh no, you need to do some stuff in OBS as well. So then, go into your OBS, and go to your game capture, and open the settings for your game capture. You should get like a small window pop up with a whole bunch of checkboxes.
Where is game capture?
So wherever so like you know where your sources are for your
yeah.
whatever one, yeah,
Settings
whichever
for
one
that.
captures your game. Yeah, and
Yeah.
you'll see down the bottom capture third-party overlays such as Steam.
Done.
Yep, and then that should pop up in whatever corner you've put your Discord overlay. Like, can you see the Discord overlay on your own screen?
No.
Oh, okay, so you need to enable Trackmania then. So you need to go down to registered games, and
Where?
it will say like
Where's registered
just-
games?
just on top of game overlay in Discord settings. And then you want to click that, and you want to make sure that Trackmania, because it'll detect it, whatever is enabled. And if it doesn't detect it, just press edit and select the application from the drop down.
Thanks for the tutorial, Nomad.
No problem.
Toggle overlay is on. Toggle detection is on.
Okay, do you see it on your, like, in your game now? Do you see the overlay? for people
I
talking?
do, actually right up at the top corner. How do I move it?
So you want to go back to game overlay, and you want to scroll down to that, like, big box at the bottom of that, and you want to click the bottom right one. I think that'd be the best one.
I'm gonna jump out, have a small break before the matches today. Alright, have a good night, though.
It is.
Jan-
Enjoy.
Right. Thanks for hanging out, Isake. Alright, it's still showing top left, but we'll leave it for now. Happy to move on, folks.
It should display bottom right if you select that square, but
I did.
yeah, I don't know. You could always move your face cam. Up to you.
At some point I might have to use, move my gears and arrows and stuff too, but we'll figure out a way. Alright. I'm fine with moving on. Get me out of here. Okay, that sounds unanimous.
it's a nice scrap turn there.
Yeah, welcome to whoever that was. TMX, their service are really slow at the moment.
It's so funny. Every time I join just any random person's stream, I swear I always see Lynn chatting. There's almost never a stream I join
Lynn.
in Trackmania where Lynn has not been chatting in the past like 5 minutes.
I have not seen Lynn chatting for so long.
Really? Or I can just join a random stream and he's probably been in there in the last 5 minutes.
Someone fucking with the Discord soundboard thing that they have.
No.
Just be aware that you are adding those sounds to my stream right now.
Wait, are we heard on stream now?
You are currently heard on stream.
Oh, my bad.
if I upgraded, I could get a fart sound.
I've got a
Like
fart
10 to
sound
15
somewhere.
dollars a month.
It's Discord's monetization prospects.
I see bobsleigh.
I just $3 nitro on top, just so you can get Twitch emotes.
So I think this is a bug with. Is this the same map that's loading?
Yeah.
So this is curious. It shouldn't happen with the way that TMX Together changes stuff. Okay, now the limit's gone. Maybe Nadeo servers are just really laggy. But so the reason it used to happen with TMX, not TMX, what's it called, RMC or RMT, was because it issued 2 requests. One request to update the maps, and then one request to change servers, and so it would end up in this, like you'd get 1-second matches. Anyway, I haven't seen it with TMX Together.
Can we stop the flushing in the toilets, please?
Wait, is that you, bus driver?
No.
Damn, it can't. It must be fixed.
What?
Yeah, it's back, so.
Yeah.
Flushing of the toilets, is that what you said?
That's what it
was a
sounded like.
No, it was a fart. It was a really wet fart.
That's horrible.
If you have a fart like that, you need to go and see a doctor.
Ah, mate, that's a normal
Bro,
one.
at that point, you're already too late, and you might as well stay still.
You need to worry about cleaning up at the very least. I don't know if the doctor is the #1 priority right now.
Alicanteras, I don't know if you're interested in it, but for your stream, you could be interested in making a redeem for VIP. So like 100,000 points or something. I know a few people have that.
Make it 100 points first so we can all get VIP, and then make it 100,000.
Oh, making a redeem?
I'm at-
We have some VIPs already though. Like next, if that's still in there as a VIP.
Yeah, well you
Should-
can keep those people as VIP, I just mean like, to like people who watch a lot or whatever, as they earn points.
Ah, you're not wrong. That's probably a good choice.
Because if someone watches enough to get 100,000 points, they probably deserve it.
They should be a VIP anyway. Also, g'day, Mel. People coffee.
I'm-
Go get your coffee.
I'm currently a quarter of the way there, I got 25k.
Yeah, you
You have
hang out a lot.
25,000
What?
points.
Yeah, in the
I don't think I have that on any streamer.
I have
Ah,
85,000 in Kimmy's stream and like
What?
60k in Mudder's stream. Well, no, it's because whenever anyone's streaming, you just open up this streaming tab.
Bruh.
To be
Like,
fair,
maybe
like
I-
you hang
Are you,
out.
are you a lurker?
Yeah. Unless
Ew.
every single person I'm following, I always have their stream open. I just have the tab.
Everyone. 40 tabs.
No, man, I don't feel very
Oh,
special any
how do I-
longer.
Well, currently you're the only one open.
Is that why you told me
unfortunately-
to come on? You just pointed
unfortunately-
growing.
Unfortunately, I'm not opening Simply Next streams.
Wait, so does that mean when I start streaming, you'll open my stream up anyway?
No. Not if Lacanta's streaming. Lacanta's #1
That's
priority.
actually fully fair enough. That's fully fair enough.
Yeah, as much as I like Simply Nick, I go into his streams and I instantly feel depressed lately.
Yeah, lately, it's like the last year.
What?
Bro, I can't have a normal conversation with that guy. He's so toxic to me.
But people were saying he's monotone. I feel like I'm monotone in my streams.
Yeah. You are.
I try to talk, normally. I just sound monotone as hell when I listen to the
Really, man, you know what your problem is? You just don't get excited enough when shit happens, you know? You need to be jumping up and down in your bed.
Oh
like-
my goodness, guys. I'm about to hit the
Exactly.
360 quantum slide uber bug nose bug.
Exactly. Like when I was watching, when you and I think it was Complex were watching that last Trident match.
Too much.
I was jumping in my seat, and you were just
I was
like,
as well.
oh, safe drive, yep, safe lines, nice. Well, Will he get the risky foot? Oh yeah, he got it. Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. Like
I was
feel-
jumping in my.
I feel like he's he was such a big streamer for Trackmania for a while, and now that he's not, he's just so bitter.
Yeah.
He was always bitter.
It's like he was at one point he was complaining because he never has grown past 20 viewers. He's been there for like the last 2 years, and he's complaining about it.
Well, I mean, I have 24 viewers at the moment, so I can't really count. But
you've been streaming a lot less than he has, and you're growing. You're like consistent.
Slowly growing.
My streams vary a lot. Sometimes I have like 60 average viewers, and sometimes I have like 8.
I wonder why. What are you saying, TNT?
It just depends how many people in the month is. Like sometimes within the first 10 minutes I have 20 plus people, and sometimes the whole stream I have less than 10.
I mean, I had a look back, and I was looking at a year ago, and in November of 2022, I had an average stream account of, average viewer count of 0.4.
Good.
Wow.
Doing well,
Times
right?
that by 10.
I think in the last 2 weeks since I started kind of streaming a bit more often, I've had a 25 person average. But that's also including like a 2-hour point where I got raided by Twiggy and had like 250 plus viewers for 2 hours. I don't know how valid that is.
I mean, I get a paycheck each month, which is not why I do it, but I am actually getting a paycheck each month. And
Wait, every month?
Every month I get something consistently from Twitch. So, it's not big, but it's something.
I've had one payout so far. It's like $90.
Yeah, it used initially it was every 3 months, and then for a while it was every 2 months, but now I get one every month.
Oh, yeah.
Which is, I mean, it's not why I do it, and if I do, like, it's going towards stuff for the stream. So we've got skins on the way for the cars. We've got at some point I want to get something on the back behind on the wall that's looking very bare.
You're gonna hate what mine goes towards then. Mine goes towards petrol. It's literally
alcohol.
If I get a payout for 1 month, it goes towards my monthly petrol. It literally pays for a month's worth of petrol for me.
A month? You don't drive very far.
That's fair
in
enough,
New
though.
Zealand.
Well, no, I have a Corolla, so it lasts on very little fuel. I can fill up the entire tank with 90 bucks. So if I could consistently get a payout every month, I would never have to pay for fuel outside of Twitch money. Ain't no way this bus driver guy pays for like good nitro.
Petrol, yeah. Are you giving us shit about our accents, TNT?
Petrol, I'm saying it normally.
36.
This TNT guy is clueless. Same with this bus driver guy. Bus driver guy kind of shit in the game, not gonna lie.
Oh, I can request a Spotify song with my channel points.
There you go.
Nah, I gotta save my points until
Hey, Rex.
my account adds the VIP redeem.
I will do it at the end of the stream. Just for you, Nomad.
Thank you. I just need another 75,000 points.
Yeah. I'll make you keep watching.
Yeah. Well, I know, maybe if I keep getting subs gifted to me, I can take it.
Hey,
Zertro,
I
you
gift
keep
you subs
gifting
all the time.
That's the one thing
We've moved on the custom sound things, have we?
That's the one thing I will say is that, like, I don't have a great deal of subscribers, but those that are very loyal, and I'm really grateful for them.
Yeah, it's like a
think I'm
tight-knit
at
community.
2 months right now. I think I've subbed once out of my own. And then this one's from Zertro.
Oh, I've subscribed before, didn't I?
Probably a gift.
What is this finish?
Yeah, maybe.
What the
It
hell
says
is that
you
finish on the
subscribe.
right?
The only sub I really pay for is Mother. Literally the only sub I actually consistently pay for. All my other subs are just gifted.
Is that sound about the finish?
Crazy. I think you need to. I think you need to go to the toilet. Like,
Yeah, it's
I think you need to stop.
sounding pretty bad.
To be honest, I should probably go to bed soon because I need to wake up at 8 so I can make sure I'm ready.
Oh, you're always complaining about getting up early.
I'm complaining. I need to make sure I have stream set up
Quit
for
complaining.
That's not complaining. That's just planning.
You're acting like it's not just opening Streamlabs and then hitting a button. Like, calm.
Oh my bad. I want to have a shower and get changed.
Bro, shower and you don't even have a cam on? Are you kidding me? Get out of here.
What? I don't be sitting in my own stink for like 4 hours.
You think your audience can tell if you stink? You clearly
I
are
can
not
tell if I
streamer.
stink.
I can
okay?
smell it from here.
Look, you may not be able to tell,
for a
but
single
I can
sub
tell.
T-entry. Yeah,
Okay,
I went through a
I don't
stage
need
like
to
that.
sit smelling myself for 3 hours.
Just walk your nose. Like, you're actually such a...
If you turn down, oh my gosh. Okay, so if you right click on people's avatar in Discord, there is a box called mute soundboard.
Yeah.
Really?
Really?
Okay, that's the first thing I do right now.
There's also a box called mute. I'm gonna use that on the bus driver. There we go.
Oh, thank God it wasn't.
Hey, he's gone.
Oh, rip.
he immediately goes as soon as we figure out how to do it.
Yeah.
You'll never take me
Not even
alive.
giving you the chance.
I thought maybe he'd gone to the Asia Discord, but no, he's just disappeared. He
This is actually a
despawned.
pretty fun track.
Is it? Struggle.
Yeah, that
Maybe you
risky,
just
that
skip
risk.
it.
I haven't even seen the safe yet, because the risky's fun to try to get.
The safe is just what do you call it? You're going down the hill, I think.
Around the corner.
No, like you just go down the hill and jump into the finish. Or is that the risky?
That is the risky.
Oh. I thought it was pretty easy then. I thought the risky was like doing some reactor tricks to get over there faster.
No, I think you have to go around the corner to do the... I'm gonna go have a look. Oh, I'm ahead. Maybe I don't want to. Now I'm not ahead. Okay, now I go and have a look.
Yeah, I think the jump to the right is definitely the
Ah, yeah, you just go to the left and there's one around to the left. It's pretty lame.
There's literally no reason for that safe finish.
Noidman, what time is the match tomorrow?
6 AM. You gotta get up really early.
Wait, is it actually at 6?
For you it is, yeah.
Yeah, for you it is.
How do I get a ticket so I can watch the game and do my own cast and see if I get more views?
Well, you gotta create a ticket in the track meetings.
Alright.
It's okay, guys, still hasn't given me access yet, so hopefully he's done that by now.
And just the Trackmania Discord or in a... Oh, cast request, I see. Wait, how are you...
Are you actually going to create a cast?
Wait, what is this number you've given them? This is
Yeah.
just your... Oh, your
Why did you
Trackmania.
say it was 9
Backstory.
AM?
Back-
He's probably got the
backstory.
timing things wrong.
If you're...
I'm gonna stream it and I'm gonna...
Well,
have
no,
viewers
it's
in
9 AM for New Zealand.
Yeah, there you go.
it. I'll get up and...
Hey, Baxter, if you are honestly thinking about streaming the game or casting it, make sure you read over the rules first and you're complying.
Where are the
Otherwise,
rules?
you can get permabanned from casting.
Oh, come on! Where are the rules? Give me the rules. Where are the
Good luck
rules?
finding them.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm
It's your birthday
DMing this
present,
okay right
Patricia.
now.
Treasure hunt. That's your
I'm
birthday
DMing
present.
SRK right
Is
now.
it something like you can't swear?
Nah.
No,
it's,
it won't.
it's in TMWT announcements at some point, I think.
TMT
Yeah, it is.
double
TWT.
TMWT announcements.
That's almost wicked.
I do love Trick Mini. Yeah. Did you watch my attempt, did you?
Wait, Bex, are you actually going to be trying to take castles?
Well, once I find the rules and give them a read, yeah.
Really? You're gonna start up your own stream at 9 in the morning to castles?
Yeah, yeah.
Good luck.
During the broadcast, there can't be any plugins. Yeah. It is not allowed for the broadcaster to type in the chat. Okay. Panel from the top right can't overlap with any. Yeah, that's fine. Has to have the map mod loaded.
You got exactly 41. Nice.
These are easy rules. What do you mean? These are nothing.
Oh yeah, they're nothing, but it's kind of stuff you need to know about because it's pretty easy to break.
Plugins
Okay,
being
let me-
an easy one, I
Like,
guess.
yeah.
Wait, what
Also
do you mean
for me,
41 flight?
on my stream, I
41.086?
have the Trident logo on the top right all the time. That covers up the AMD and Alienware sponsor. So
Whoa,
it's pretty easy.
39.5.
Oh, it's pretty easy to break 2 of the rules if I had.
Fourth in the world. Nice time.
So is Trident playing at 9, or is it?
Yeah.
That's just when it starts.
Well, Trident is playing Alliance at 9, and oh, what is it? Sinners and what's the other team? I'm completely clueless right now.
Look, Neumann, if you don't want me to do my own stream, just chuck my name and just edit your post, your ticket, and just add my one in there just in case. You never know. Marcel might be busy.
Hey, bro, I'm not adding 4 people.
He might. We'll just get rid of Marcel.
You didn't get rid of Marcel. I'm not getting rid of Marcel.
Get rid of Complex there.
I'm not getting rid of my own teammate.
Okay, well I'm making a ticket right now. TMWC middle stage. You
G'day,
know what?
Bossage.
I'm gonna ask Crazy Bus Driver to cast with me.
Oh my god.
A man who speaks only through the soundboard.
I can't wait for the Baxter and Crazy Bus Driver cast.
Oh, that would be so funny.
What
It's
is
gonna
it?
be
Like
so
a wet fart every time you go around a corner.
Lakanta, do you want to cast with me tomorrow morning?
If I'm awake.
Yeah? Alright, I'll check your name.
What have I just signed up for?
Who else might want to cast with me? Surfer might want to cast with me. Fuck, do I actually have to get up at 9 now just for this job? Don't tell SRK.
Couple of minute warning, folks.
But are you actually making it ticket?
You think I won't? You think I'm scared of SRK and his rules? I already told him that I'm keen to be a caster for stuff, so this will be good practice.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'll commit. Let's do it. What else did you post? That's all you posted?
Ooh.
I posted other stuff.
Your account ID, your region for your events.
I posted
You
it.
didn't put your region.
I posted it once a week for the past 3 weeks.
Very good song playing at the moment in my stream. Could be
tag is required. Oh, do I need to tag APAC? What tag do I? Oh, you tagged World Championship. Fuck, I actually get a pin post. I don't know if I'll have enough net. I think I'll run out of internet before fucking
Entry. Oh no. Oh. In my stream, my name is Zertrov, and as you can see, Scrappy has installed Shitter Region ++, my latest plugin.
Wait,
Oh.
is anything actually happening to Scrappy?
I think he got in trouble for it.
Well, he shouldn't only. I feel like he shouldn't only get a warning.
I
Wait, what
don't.
did he do?
I don't see him like staying in TMCL for very long, to be honest. I think he's on his way out slowly.
Wait, what did
Well,
Scrappy
he
do?
got. What do you mean? What did Scrappy do?
He had a temper tantrum
Yeah.
because it was 11
Ah,
a.m.
wait.
Oh, bro,
And
wait,
the
so
against
did you
Trident,
see
against
some of
Trident.
the,
Yeah.
Yeah, he got shit on, so he
Ah.
maybe. Zertro,
I know
did you
that
see
he was
the,
like BMing.
some of the people trying to defend him on Reddit? Like how someone said,
Nice
oh,
time
because of his
hostage.
sleep schedule, it's basically the middle of the night for him. It was literally the middle of the night for Trident. Wait, like, what's the argument there?
I mean, to be fair, I feel like the time zone lineup, maybe like there's an argument that it wasn't great, but the error of judgment was like Scrappy's because he got to choose the opponent. Like,
Yeah, 100%.
Okay,
No matter
okay.
how you put it, he
There is
chose to play against them.
there is the minor Scrappy defense here, but it also gets completely rolled by another point. Scrappy wasn't there when Dexter picked the teams, but point two, he knew a week before. Also,
okay, so they'd planned, and it was just you go do it
Okay,
because
next
why
match.
did both of us need to be there? And that's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he still knew a week.
I didn't see the stuff on Reddit. I mean, I don't know. It's mostly just been a bit entertaining from the sidelines. First I heard of it was TN Trees using anecdote about like, oh, you know, with the plugin, maybe check some stuff, and then Scrappy banned him from Discord.
Sounds about right.
So anyway, that's yeah.
So, Baxter, would you like to know what Scrappy said?
Yeah, what did he say?
Love when we have to adapt to shitter region schedule. Couldn't drive good time on any map. Way too fucking tough. A 10-minute warm-up. The interface removers hasn't worked ever. It has always been buggy since early 2023. I had to reboot entire team during TMCL every time. Just a dog shit plugin.
That's not even bad.
What do you mean that's not bad? He called our entire region shit.
Yeah, so I mean, or the shitter region, or
Yeah,
I'm
well,
not
we'll
sure
fuck
what
him up if he comes down here, won't we? He got rolled.
Scrappy
He's just
coming to
salty.
New Zealand. You can pay for my bedroom. You can pay for my bed.
He's just salty.
So I agree, but the attack on the plugin thing, especially when it's like, so it's a really niche plugin that only a few people use, and it probably doesn't get tested that much because you test with the version and it works, and then you know you publish it, and then a day or 3 months later, like change the interface or stuff. And so if Scrappy had actually just bothered to report the bug, probably would have been fixed. So this whole thing about like for 9 months has been horrible. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. Scrappy's not the type of guy who's sorry, I'm distracted by all the drawers, but
He's a 10-year-old. What do you
yeah,
expect?
I mean that's it. He's just showing like I don't know. I agree that he's a bit immature, but he's really shown it this time.
Why is it jumping like this?
So it's a timeout thing. So on the room, there's a room timeout limit. Now, right now, if you press tab, you'll see it says time limit 001.
Yeah.
So that means that it's going to immediately end.
How do I fix that then?
Alright, if you open Better Room Manager, so you can stay in the server,
Yeah.
and go to the room that this is for. Now, after we load, so now is a good time, click on the thing Oh, it's still loading. So you want to try and avoid a race condition. Basically, you want to try and change the time limit in a convenient spot. Actually, it shouldn't matter because the plugin's not going to keep updating it.
Leaving?
Yeah, you can try
Yeah.
doing it through the TM interface as well, like just through the club room interface. You can set that setting.
What makes the event even funnier though is that Scrappy woke up at 11 AM once and was mad. Daywag and JSwag were waking up at 5 AM almost every day that week to do scrims.
Yeah, no, and that's one of the. I mean, I feel like a lot of people get the. I don't know if it's really hypocrisy, but that sort of like contradictory element of complaining about having to adjust when it's 11 AM and Asia Pac is just in the mud with regards to time zones
Yeah,
in
and
general.
that APAC has been adjusting for 20 years.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean-
what's your point here? You have to adapt once. Like, we get it, you're a 10-year-old, you can't manage your own bedtime, but like, grow up.
Yeah, well,
seriously.
I mean, Mother has
It's
been
pretty
playing
fun,
it
though.
like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning for how long now?
Way too long.
Yeah, or
the
taking
fact-
like international flights like in the few days before like appearing in a major tournament or things like that, which actually is also a normal athlete thing to do. So Scrappy just really comes off as, yeah, a bit arrogant.
But I don't know, he's interesting. Be really funny if J-Swag and Baywag take his spot in TMCL next year.
That'd be poetic.
I honestly feel bad for Dexter.
Yeah.
Why
like-
would you feel bad for me?
Dexter, not Baxter.
Oh. You know, that's just my
But, like-
old
Like, Dexter was a little cocky before playing them, but well, to be honest, I'm not surprised it seemed like he had actually been practicing a bit. But, there's messages from before the pick where he was like, oh, I don't know if I should pick Trident or, I don't know what team it was another team. But anyways, they should both be pretty easy. But, well, Scrappy was full mudded the entire time, and Dexter, well, I can understand Dexter's pace dropping off halfway through because he would have had Scrappy screaming in his ear and complaining the entire time.
Yeah, I wonder what their voice chat was like actually. That would be really I don't know if it was on either of their streams.
Yeah, that's why he'll be punished for quitting. Yeah, true. Yeah, last round, like, he crashed at the very start of the round and just
Get a room
sat there.
settings, change time limit to -1. But it was -1.
We just change it to 0. That works as well.
It was 1 though, Zertrov. That's the thing.
Oh, I can just talk. So I was typing in chat. The server might be having like mega lag then, in terms of like if the room configuration shows. Oh, updating at work though.
No, it was -1 because I changed all my servers to -1 to make sure that this didn't happen.
Oh,
So,
so
It's
the
changed.
time limit. Yeah, but so the TMX together changes that as part of the room, the changing maps feature.
Ah,
So the way that it works is, so if you update the server settings and change the time limit, then it will update live on the server. The time limit itself, like what is shown, is like the time the map has been loaded, or the time limit minus the time the map has been loaded. So the easy way to get it to change the map is just to change to 1 second, because it's always more than 1 second has elapsed, so it immediately changes the map.
okay.
So that's how the room change or the map change thing with club rooms works. So what seems to have happened is that like it updated that, but then the next update failed maybe. So what it has to do is it has to change the time limit to 1, and then it changes it back to -1 or something like that. So yeah, so that second update, so it has to wait and then do another update to sort of or put the room out of that mode. But it also has to give time for the server to load the map and update with the new settings.
Okay.
So it's pretty hacky, but it mostly works. But it seems like lag is obviously going to be an issue with this sort of thing.
Well, that's probably what's caused a lot of these issues tonight, is because there's been a lot of lag going on.
I
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I feel like Nadeo's servers. I mean, maybe it's just that they don't have a CDN, but they feel really bad. So one other thing I noticed though, is so the Open Planet servers, like the website and plugin updates and TMIO. So I will often lose like the ability to connect to those, but maintain the ability to connect to the rest of the internet. And so I wonder if there's some kind of intermittent issues that sometimes happen between like Australia and the EU, and for the most part CDNs just pick up the slack, like because most websites are just replicated over like 9 continents. There's not that many continents, but you know what I mean. Well, there's more continents than that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What?
More than 9.
Where is it?
New Zealand is a continent.
There's
Wow,
7
yes.
like canonical continents, but then in terms of actual geology, there's like 30 or 40.
Yeah.
Lots of them are
Wait,
tiny.
I know there's an argument that New Zealand
Well, it's a
New
large
Zealand's
mass.
No,
Like
but it's
there's
on a
a-
fault line. Like it's the antithesis of a continent.
What's a fault line?
No,
A fault line is the
Oh
gap
my-
between
no.
continents.
If you actually have a bit of a look,
Oh, it's not on the fault line?
Google Zealandia.
Oh, yes. Actually,
Yeah.
I feel like I've
Yes,
seen
it's
this.
Zealandia.
Oi, Neumann, can you go on my Twitch stream and see if it looks good for tomorrow?
No. I'm going to bed. I said that
Please?
like an hour and a half
Just
ago.
look, just look for 2 seconds. Be a legend.
Sir Trump, you're not wrong though. Like I don't completely understand how
Like,
we're in the middle of a continent, but we're also a continent. I don't get it, but we are.
It's this ugly piece of shit, basically.
yeah, that's how I'm gonna have more viewers than you. I'm gonna have an actual face cam, alright? and every time
No, it's fake,
every time Trident wins a round, I'm gonna take my shirt off and do a little dance.
Then say he'd get banned.
Nah, but like once I get rid of like all my dashboard stuff, is this
So that's not where
good?
the track goes.
What?
That's not where the track goes. You keep driving along the road, you don't go under it.
Every time
Well, I'm not
takes
focusing
a
right now.
round, takes a round,
Nah,
but
that's
take a
not-
shot. Yeah, that sounds real dangerous.
So, before you even load up the map, you need to make sure you delete your skid marks and then remove all your plugins. Because if you remove all your plugins and then try to join, the game still has your skid marks saved and it won't log.
You
What?
can
Delete my skid marks.
so skid marks use the modworks folder, which overrides any mod because it's designed to allow mappers to like work with textures more flexibly. So the plugin abuses that to put skid marks in there to override just those textures, but then that means the mod.
Not on there next to. You know where you like set up your skid marks?
No.
Like the actual skid marks manager menu?
No.
Like in scripts or whatever, plugins.
Feel better now.
Plugins now,
Whatever.
yeah.
But yeah, down
Ah.
the bottom of that. So you gotta delete that and then so just do it now. So delete it, delete because you can just re-enable the platform again.
Rejoin the map. Okay.
Yeah, don't bother about rejoining right now. Then go to
then I
your
can
like
go-
script or whatever, and there'll be something to deactivate or like that. Or in another menu, it'll be in like debug, whatever. I can't see because you're facing it.
Oh, you can force Trackmania to load without Open Planet as well.
Signature mode official.
No. Stop engine. Stop engine.
Oh, stop
Stop scripting.
engine.
Stop script engine. Yeah. You just want to.
Actually-
Wow, the game is naked.
That is
Right.
that is a good question. When are we ever going to get a plugin manager?
What? We have a plugins manager. You mean a modworks manager, like the
Yeah.
TN Oh, I'm typing in chat again. I have one 50% done, but I'm stuck on unzipping files. So basically, we can do a modworks manager that does everything we want in terms of gives you custom skids and a mod, but we need to be able to download the mod and unzip it to put it in the modworks folder, and then we can like mix files with a plugin, and then you can also manage mods through the plugin. Like as long as you do it all through the plugin could make everything really nice and consistent and sort of work all the time.
I feel like Nadeo should have it so that there's like two separate like modworks type folders. Like
Yeah.
there's the one that overrides like
There needs to be a limited one for user stuff, and it
then,
would just
yeah, there
fix
also,
everything.
Yeah, there also needs to be a limited one so that you can put your skid marks there and then they'll load after the map mod is done.
Yeah,
And
that
not
would fix.
TN3 is asking,
Wait.
can it actually delete the folder?
The one that I was working on doesn't delete the folder. It keeps the folder there, but it moves files around, so it just moves stuff to backup folders, depending on, like, there's a new backup folder created for, like, each mod configuration that you made.
Okay.
Okay, I'm actually gonna go to bed. I need to make sure I can get up.
Alright, well, I'll see you
Alright,
bright
see
and
you in a
early. Alright?
Good night.
Okay. See you next time. See you.
Guys, I don't know if I can actually get up that early. It's a bit ridiculous to be honest.
9 AM.
Yeah, fully committed now, but
Good luck, I guess.
maybe I should just stay up all night until maybe that'll work.
Also, can I say, Zertrub, it's quite good to actually hear your voice.
That's, you're welcome, I guess. I'm not sure what the correct response is.
It feels like I've known you for a very long time. But
So you haven't watched my editor ++ tutorials then?
no, not at all.
I did do a narration for Item Abuse 5. It's in the GPS.
Also, no.
It's a shame, really. It's quite a good map. You should try it sometime.
I will. You have uploaded it, right?
Yeah. It's 103,000 or thereabouts.
we have 2 years to go, mate. We have 2 years to go.
I'm in it for the long run. That's committed. When I heard you were streaming, it just hit me that I had to start mapping immediately, and I lurked for months.
Yeah.
Just uploading troll maps.
But at some point I'm gonna start hitting all your troll maps.
Oh, I have the worst record now because I was at AFK for 8 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for that. Isn't that what like people do on every single campaign map though? There's a couple of people that just go AFK for like 20 minutes, come back and go, okay, I can finish now.
So sometimes, but I mean, many both Track of the Days and campaigns don't have a horrible worst record. Like often it's only a few minutes, and it is just a discovery attempt that someone did badly and didn't come back to.
Yeah.
For map info to test the worst record feature, I set a bunch of worst records on various Track of the Days. And yeah, a lot of the time they're only like, 6 minutes or something like that. Sometimes you get the real committed people who stick around for like an hour or more. But for the most part, campaigns might be different because they're played by, 100 times as many people. Oh, that's risky. Oh, I even took the risky the first time.
Isn't the oh, there's a risk. There's a safe around the back.
Looks like it.
Where the hell are we going? Over here. Oh yeah, through slow-mo blocks. Yeah, okay. I don't know why mappers do that. Like, not only is it further away, but it's also through slow-mo blocks, and you've got to do this and this and this to go through it. It's like, it's already further away. You are already going to be slower. You don't need to put slow-mo blocks there.
So I've heard SBville talk about this a few times on map review, and he makes the exact same point. It's already, it's like you've already done the risky and safe thing. Like you don't need to make it a second instead of like 0.3 seconds.
Yeah, it's going to be like 2 seconds slower just because you didn't go into a bug slide into the risky finish.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, if you're talking about the map the other day,
Yeah.
or yesterday, I feel like the variance on the rest of the map was, at least in Div 6 or whatever I was, the variance on the rest of the map was so high that not in the main cup of the day, that it didn't matter taking the safe finish. Like the 2 second or the 1.6 second penalty or something just didn't end up mattering much. 1.1 or something.
Most of the time when I took the non-risky finish, I ended up going through it backwards anyway because I had completely blown the bug slide, so I was already doing it slowly because I was backing up through it.
Yeah, I didn't take the bug slide much. I did it occasionally. I did it once to survive, which was good. But most of the time I just went safe because it's not, unless you've got like 10 seconds of buffer, then losing on a bug slide when you didn't need to. Especially because it was just so, like, it feels like it was a bit uncalculated and it was a bit too easy to over-rotate. Maybe that's meant to be the skill component, but yeah.
It is actually currently loading, by the way. It's just very slow. I only add a slow-mo if I have even the slightest doubt state could be fast. I mean, that's fair. If you are actually legitimately worried that it's like only one more block further to go straight, then you might add a slow-mo, but okay, TN3, I will say this. The bug slide wasn't so bad, but it shouldn't have been in penalty dirt. It should have been in regular dirt. Because if you failed the bug slide, you either had
Yeah, failing the bug slide was already slow enough.
already bad. You shouldn't have had also, oh shit, I'm in penalty dirt, I'm gonna like take a couple of seconds to go into the finish. It's still loading, 3 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna play.
That's... Is that the, like,
Maybe.
TMX saying it's loading the next one?
Yeah. I can't even drive at the
one
moment.
You've got one
Cam
script
7.
exceptions. Cam 7 has 2 modes, and so if you press the Cam 7 button twice, then...
JSON
okay, so...
value is not an object.
I would just reload the plugin. So yeah, so if you press JSON, the Cam 7 button, it toggles between a drivable and a non-drivable mode.
Where
And
are
so
we?
sometimes you can be in the wrong mode. It's next to Mania Exchange, I think.
Yeah, no, but like if I've got reload plugin,
Yeah, it should just recover. Like TMX together will. So that'll reset the loading state of trying to load the room. And then you should just be able to press next and it'll try again.
it's not even appearing right now.
Do you need to toggle it on in the, like as in the, so it might be, well, it'll be enabled, but check the main window after you toggle it back on, like under plugins.
There we go.
Yeah, so it might be set up so that the window isn't a setting, so it's not persistent. So you always have to turn the window back on every time you
Retune it
reload.
back on. Okay.
Yeah. Because it's not really, it's not like Ultimate Metals where you either want it on persistent or off persistent sort of thing.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, Triple Black Phoenix are a good band. Also, Bostage, congratulations on your time there with that map. You saw them live? Okay, I'm jealous now. I only discovered Crippled Black Phoenix maybe about a little bit over a year ago. Ooh, okay, this is a thing. Ah, slow-mo, slow-mo, slow-mo. Yeah? Ah, my finger slipped.
At least there's a reset for the slow mo.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can actually bypass and go around it.
I think that's the intended way.
Go around to the left or the right? Probably the left.
Yeah.
Ooh.
You can definitely hit just one of them. Oh, and then you miss the reset block. You have to miss both.
Okay, let's have a look at this. Up. Ooh, it's tight to miss it entirely.
So if you slow down, it's pretty easy to miss, and you're way faster.
Slow down for it? Okay.
But then I crashed the pin. Naturally.
Naturally.
Oh, boss station was faster than me, so maybe not.
Setrop's gone? Yeah, nah, next.
It's one thing I was what I was just thinking was, so a great thing about chat integration is so often I don't mind playing a map for a bit longer, but I also don't really care about playing it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
And so if you just had if you had an automated way to both show that and automate it, I feel like that would work pretty well.
I don't know how to do it though.
Well, so do you use Better Chat, by the way, or?
No, not currently.
So with Better Chat, it's it's sort of easy in that plugins can get they can react to chat messages.
Okay.
So it'd be easy to just monitor chat for, for example, the one character seems pretty popular. So monitor it just for that and just add a counter every time a unique person says one for that map ID.
Okay. I'm happy for you to walk me through it so I know how to do it. That would be a cool
Well, if it
little
was,
add-on.
I'd have to add it to the TMX together plugin.
Oh, I see. So it's a little bit more work.
Yeah. Well, it's not too much work, but it's definitely not something that you can enable through settings type thing.
Okay. It does feel like it's a good add-on to this, is that players could have some control over when we move to the next one, rather than just the one person who's running the mod.
Yep. I agree. The especially having a little integration, like a countdown or something, would work really well in that situation.
Yeah, even if it's like a 2-minute countdown, so that those people are if you've got a map that's a minute 30, going, okay, I've got one more run.
Yep. It could also show you a thing at the same time so that you can move on early. Like you'd know that it'd hit that threshold.
Alright, I'm clicking next. We've probably got 2 minutes, but I'm clicking next.
I feel like it should work or it shouldn't. 30 seconds is... There we go. That was quick.
Yeah, that one was quick.
TNT trapping 1, not that chat TNT.
Yeah. Tier 3, as much as you want us to move on, it won't work there.
So, to be fair, there is a plugin called Twitch Base that supports all the Twitch plugins, and it can do stuff like react to chat.
Why is my display capture minimized? What?
I'm not sure what that means. I feel like there should be a TMX category or maybe a map list for tracks that look like they wanted to be track of the day but didn't get track of the day.
Yeah, because there's quite a few of them.
Yeah, it would be a fun community category for things. I feel like.
They often tend to be the maps that get into my campaigns.
This one though, I don't think. I sort of initially thought it might be. But that ending is pretty awful for a track of the day.
The window is not filled in because I'm playing in a pseudo extra ultra wide. I'm not playing in my full screen modes, but I'm playing it a little bit ultra wide because it means that I can play in something that's not 1080 by something shit. I can play in something that I enjoy playing in. So it's sort of like an ultra wide, but it's not.
I think it's. I mean, it
That's
fills
what
up my
you're-
ultra wide screen.
Yeah, I mean, anyone who watches an ultra wide is fine.
Oh, I see what you mean. As in, it is still ultra wide resolution.
Yeah.
Yep.
He's saying it doesn't look like it's filled out, but there'll be black on the top and the bottom of his screen.
So one thing I really dislike, but I'm not sure if it's a me problem, is the acceleration penalty you get with a bad landing into bobsleigh, like if your wheels aren't sort of aligned to the surface correctly.
Or a bad landing into water.
Yeah, the same thing happens. I feel like water is a bit more like reliable in some ways in terms of how you like your angle as you're landing. I don't know, it feels a bit more reliable maybe. Maybe I just don't do enough water bounce stuff.
Yeah, but it's not very forgiving with turning in water any longer.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I am one place behind you at the moment.
Yeah, we definitely are the most skilled crack mini players on this server.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been watching the times and been like, yeah, no, I'm just getting a fish. But,
So
I mean,
what?
I
Okay.
honestly don't mind because, like, for example, today with the Cup of the Day, there were 8,000 finishes, and I'm 2,500 out of 8,500. So I may not be skilled with the people who are keen and watch like Trackmania on Twitch and do all the different bits and pieces, but overall, I'm not bad.
Yeah, I often don't know how to feel about top of the day rankings. Sometimes I get like a really so I think a few times I've gotten sort of top 1000 and it hasn't really felt that much different from anything else.
Top 4,000? Yeah.
No, well, 1000, not 4000.
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is
Oh,
sometimes it doesn't feel like it's any different from a top 4,000.
Oh yeah, exactly. Well, top 4000 is probably a bit low, but it doesn't feel any different from like a top 2000 or things.
Yeah.
Actually, for a lot of them, I do end up with like a top 4000, especially after like everyone's done with it for the day.
Hey, Drake. You got some of my pets going. Good time to come in. Hey, gold. I'm still behind you. You got a PB, bastard.
Yep. Just, I mean, but it feels. I think I've had 2 PBs, and each time it's like, oh, and no, okay, no, I didn't advance in the rankings. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Your viewers are cracked, man.
Yeah, like I say, did you see on the Discord? Oh, I talked about how I was like top 17 in New Zealand, and I was top 17 in my club.
I was gonna say, is that all of the other New Zealand players are also?
No, last stream that I had, 20% of my viewers were German. So I've got all the European players, and then I have like Spoda, and I have all these really good players who have joined my club, and I can't beat my club any longer.
I feel like it sort of works for EU in terms of the early morning. Like if someone's on for a cup of the morning, then there's not, well, there's often not a lot of streams around. So I feel like it's a...
Yeah, I get a lot of early European viewers. Which is fine, I'm happy with it. I fill a niche in Trackmania. What T-Entry is saying, I noticed that Zertrov came in dead last in Cup of the Night on my map. What was with that?
I need to remember. I don't know, I might not have played it.
You did play, you came in dead last.
Yeah, I mean, I might have qualified, but then not actually played the map. What day was it?
Well, I'll wait for his response.
Alternatively, Trackmania might have crashed, which sometimes happens.
Oh,
Actually, pretty rarely with Trackmania.
Actually, how many plugins do you play? How many do you have running when you're playing Trackmania?
So I don't disable any. Like with I might occasionally disable one or two if they're being problematic, but otherwise I don't. Alright, so I don't actually know how many plugins I have loaded right now. Let me write a quick plugin to tell me.
I don't actually know. I'm glad to fill in that need, field rate.
Okay, so does anyone, I mean, do you want to take a guess? Does chat want to take a guess with how many plugins I have loaded right now?
Okay, chat. Before he says anything, do we want to take guesses? My guess is 20 plus.
Lakanta, just so you know, for like general information purposes, I think I've published more than 60.
Let's go with 55. Killdrax is 30. Yeah.
So what? I was gonna say TNT tree, press 1, but don't want that to count as your thing. But I am keen to hear if TNT has an estimate.
I think I have quite a few lurkers in my stream right now.
100 plus.
100
Alright.
plus.
So, TNT is most accurate, but not very accurate. So at the moment I have 159.
How?
I mean, you write them, you install them, you collect them.
You forget about them?
Oh well, yeah. I mean that's probably part of it too. But I also keep them installed so I know if anything goes wrong. Or like I maybe know if something goes wrong.
Oh my god. So your game must look different to like pretty much anyone else who plays Trackmania.
I mean, most of the time it looks pretty similar, except that I have like a few more little things. But while I'm like developing a plugin or stuff, then most of the window is just plugins, and there's a bunch of like, well, there's 2 particular dev plugins that I have that just read out information for me.
Okay, I'm going to add a little bit more to this. If you are not in developer mode, how many plugins do you have running?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I need to restart Trackmania to find out. I also then, I can't use the same method to tell how many plugins I have because that
Sorry.
plugin is unsigned and needs to be run in developer mode.
You have a plugin that tells you how many plugins you have playing?
Well, that was I didn't really write a new plugin. I just added it to an existing plugin, but it's a dev copy, so like it just prints it out on load. So I just reload the plugin and it prints out.
Okay,
159.
official. Zertrov has a plugin that tells him how many plugins he's got going.
So I've written several plugins. There was one plugin just to load plugins. I've actually thought about making a plugin for recently reloaded plugins. It's just basically a more powerful version of what's already in OpenPlanet. Because if you're working on several plugins at once, then this is a problem. I'm not sure if anyone else has this problem, but you need to reload them, and it's quite cumbersome to keep going back to the menu.
So, here's my question for you, Zertrov. Are you playing Trackmania or are you playing Open Planet right now?
It's underneath. It's still Trackmania, I think.
I think, yeah. Please, can somebody clip some of this? Oh my god. Oh.
Treat the advanced list and count the lines. I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Do you mean one of the menu drop-down things? I did joke about re-implementing OpenPlanet in OpenPlanet recently, which actually it's not too far from the truth. Like a lot of my development research stuff is in a plugin that re-implements a lot of the OpenPlanet API stuff, because I don't have access to the OpenPlanet source code. I'm not sure how all of it's done, so I have to like reverse engineer stuff sometimes, and so I have a plugin that like implements a small amount of the OpenPlanet API so that I can like inspect memory and things like that, and sort of explore stuff that's not otherwise visible.
Why?
Because there's a lot of hidden stuff that, like, so the way that it roughly works is that Trackmania is a C++ program that's compiled to the binary that we run. In that program, like in the executable code itself, there's metadata about how the program talks to itself, like how it calls functions and what types and classes and stuff like that exist. So there's a few reasons for this. One of the reasons is that for Mania script, like the way that all the game modes are written, this API provides some of the information for that. Or these APIs, well, not really APIs, but this stuff in the program provides some of the data for that. There's also internal, like, metadata about the class structure that's there for debugging purposes and profiling purposes. So, like, for example, if you press Control F7, then you get a profile that comes up, and if you right-click, you get the ability to like hover over individual frames and see what functions were taking up execution time.
I didn't even know this was a thing. I just pressed Control F7 on in my game just to do
so
it.
you've got great FPS at the moment, by the way. So if you turn it back on and then right click, it'll pause that big flow of information, and then you can hover over them. So right click on it.
Right click?
Right click on the yellow like things. Or like in that area. I'm not sure if you need. Yeah, I think you can just right click anywhere, or over the graphs. And then hovering will show a. You can click to focus it, and then you can mouse over it. So if you click one of those, then you can hover over each of those bars, and it'll tell you stuff about what function was running and how long it's been running as part of the frame, how many milliseconds, that sort of thing. And so it's sort of like a performance analysis tool.
I'm guessing mine is pretty good.
So the reason I say yours is pretty good is because all your yellow bars are really low.
Okay.
So my yellow bars are significantly higher. I mean, I'm running at 90 FPS or 85, something like that. I know you have a sick GPU, so you're probably running faster.
Yeah,
Um,
3080 RTX.
Oh, okay. So only a 3080. So I've got a 3070. So not
But
that much different.
I have everything else that goes with it. It's not just the video card.
Well, yeah. So I have 128 gig of RAM. Like I've spent money on the rest of my rigs. The
Yeah.
GPU is the abused part or the
My
neglected
PC
part.
costs $7,000 New Zealand.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, you've probably got a better rig than I have.
All right, we're gonna have one more minute. We're moving on, folks. Last minute. I'll stop like skiting. You can keep going.
Anyway, so all the metadata information that comes up in that profiling thing, it's all in the executable code somewhere, and it's connected to something called a virtual table. And the virtual table is like function lookups for methods on classes. And if you know anything about programming, this ends up being most of all of the functions that are run. And so there's this ends up being this huge metadata web sort of thing throughout the code of all of this information about the classes and the methods and the properties and all this sort of stuff. And this is what OpenPlanet uses to provide plugins with a way to interact with the game. But if you reverse engineer this yourself, then there's other data in there, but also it's it's reverse engineering like literal bytes, so you've sort of got to figure it out as you go along. But I have a plugin that does a little bit of this to find things that are not exposed through the API. So like searches.
You have plugins so you can see what's happening behind the scenes a little bit more, basically.
Yeah, it's not all of it. Like like most of it's opaque, in that it's just pointers for the most part, and floats and enums and stuff that I don't know what they mean. But whenever you find something that has all this metadata attached to it, and you can reliably find it, then you can find like game objects that are essentially a bit hidden. And so this is how the new like Ghost++ plugin, that's how this works, in that it uses a manager list to find something called the Ghost Clip or Ghost Clips manager. And this has 2 media tracker clips in it, and all the ghosts that are loaded in the map show there, and when they get unloaded they disappear. But that allows you to like directly interact with the ghosts, and then through a bit of reverse engineering I figured out how the media tracker stuff works with them to like pause them and things, and then so you can turn that on technically, but you've sort of got to do a bit of work to do it, in that it's unstable if you just turn them on and leave them on. So you have to turn them off before anything important happens. So it's a bit finicky, but it ends up working. So yeah, so I have plugins that I've written to help me do that aren't public, because they're rough development tools that probably shouldn't be public.
Yeah, no, it doesn't sound like they should be at all.
They give a bit too much information about the game when they don't crash it.
And they don't crash it. If so what? The public ones do.
No. The public ones. Well, I hope they don't. Ghost++ does in one situation at the moment, but anyway, patches in the works for it, like in review.
And any works for ultra wide fixes?
Well, that's not my plugin. But
Make one of your own, please.
But so the ultra wide thing. This is the other thing about the ultra wide fix. So I play in ultra wide and I don't use it, and I don't mind like the UI. Maybe that's because I like the extra space at the edge for all the plugins I have.
Yeah. I could show stream. Do you guys want to see what it looks like if I don't have the ultra wide fix on?
I agree that for a stream it looks a lot better.
Okay, let's turn it off, shall we?
You might be able to demo the map info bug at the same time.
Yeah, maybe. Toggle. Where is ultra wide? Why is it not changing?
Probably because it alters the menu link components and doesn't undo it when
until the next map.
So if you rejoin the server, it should undo it.
Okay, let's jump back in then. Yep. But your map info is working. It's in the right place.
Oh, okay.
I still think that that shot I sent you of like mini map info was weird.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely encountered that once or twice doing dev stuff, but maybe it's so it might just be that everything. So if you turn on ultra wide UI fix now, like you re-enable it, then I think you'll get the bug.
Okay.
But right now, when you loaded into the level, you didn't have the ultra wide UI fix running, so everything just loaded in vanilla. So map info worked like it would with vanilla. But if this adjusts the Is it adjusting the record? So there we go. And now we've got the bug.
And now we've got no map info.
It's just gone entirely now.
Now if we reload map info, it shows back up.
Yep. That's probably just the way it detects the... So the detecting the menu link components is like initially quite expensive. You know, we have to like scan all the menu link pages, which there's like 60 menu link pages, so we have to check each one, and they've all got these. The way we identify it is at the start of there's like a 12 to 30 kilobyte like source code string attached to it, and so we can check the first bytes of that, but for a page ID, which is cheaper, but it's like fairly expensive to go through this and find it, so we don't do it each frame, so we do it once and cache it and then figure out if it gets invalid. But the protocols around whether it gets invalid or not are mostly just around safety, like to avoid crashing the game and stuff. That's, yeah, probably why we're seeing this, just because it enters a undefined state where it doesn't know what to do, so it just tries to not crash your game.
So here's my question for you. I know that like ultra wide keeps looking, right? If it's in the right place, why does it have to keep looking all the time?
It really doesn't, especially for this stuff, for like the records UI and things. Like once you've adjusted it, there's no reason to readjust it until the the page reloads or like a new map loads, because there's no possibility that it gets reset except via like other plugins.
It's not
or
moving,
something like that.
so
Yeah, like nothing in the Nadeo source code moves it. So in that way, like it does move it in other ways, but those ways are they're sort of encapsulated in local elements, and ultrawide moves one of the parent elements.
Also, whoever got yeeted halfway through my run, that was really fucking all epic. Oh no, that was actually a good run.
So what do you mean by that, T-Entry, with the acting like magnetic sends bills? A proper TAS tool, by the way, takes a bit more engineering. Like you have to... I think it's possible. I don't think it's too difficult, but it's pretty involved in terms of... There's a lot of processes to go through with a lot of different like hooks to the game API. But it's... I would say mostly straightforward, I would think. There's a lot of different options to how you would implement each different one as well.
I feel so bad. I am 0.9 ahead of my PB, and I just watched someone just like zoom past me. You mean the Rialto plug? The Rialto plugin. Yeah, we're gonna go watch movies.
Oh, the Riolu.
Yeah,
Riolu
Rialto
plugin.
movies. Yeah, Rialto plugin.
So I did think today of releasing a plugin called Riolu mode that just permanently enabled in-game slow-mo but didn't adjust the timer. But yeah, I can slow down the game, but not in the way Cheat Engine does. It just pauses frames, which is not very useful.
I mean, that would be a great way to catch people.
In everyone who downloads it.
It's really slow.
Oh, the plugin could lie to you, and so it could change the chrono
Yeah.
to say the
timer.
the slow-mo time. And then it uploads the slow-mo replay.
Yeah, it'd be great.
That'd be hilarious.
Why am I 30,000th in the world? I've got a gold time.
Well, as part of that, it would manipulate the leaderboard so you thought you were number one.
Yeah.
This end feels pretty inconsistent in terms of how much boost you've got to take.
Yeah. I keep dying on the end. I get like a second ahead and then I die on the end. Keep taking too much left. Yeah, of course you do, Drake. Of course you do. Zentrop, you've got a fan.
It's so Miss, the person who heads up Open Planet, she might have a little bit of an issue with it.
Yeah.
That's the main impediment. There's a difference between writing a plugin and getting it published.
Is it Miss Pleasant?
Is it? It's not unpleasant by any means. It's rare that issues come up. Like if you're not treading on dangerous territory, then
Yeah, things that can make the game easier or things that can adjust the game.
so it's pretty like, yeah, anything that would be considered like cheating, like giving you an unfair advantage. So a lot of that is information that the game doesn't give you in any way. So this is one of the reasons that SD plugins are so controversial, is that the game doesn't actually give you any feedback about whether an SD is happening.
Or
It's
like
sort of various.
the tire ones, like how weak your tire is and stuff.
So the wetness of the tire is a bit ambiguous. So dashboard shows it. Maybe it shouldn't, but you can at least look at your tire and see that it's wet, like
Yeah.
in game. Whereas with an SD, there's no way to tell that you've got a speed bonus
Yeah.
from doing an SD. So if a plugin shows you that, then it gives you a decisive advantage over other players. And so that's sort of a boundary that people don't want to cross. There are other there's a lot of advantages that plugins can give, but they're not like revealing secret information. It's mostly just making stuff more accessible.
Yeah. Okay, I'm happy to move on next. I keep dying to this end.
Yeah, one. With regards to info that could be accessed via Media Tracker, so this interacts with another sort of rule, which is don't screw with media tracker stuff. I guess reading it would be okay. The one way I have thought about interacting with media tracker that is borderline but would be really useful is speeding up GPS ghosts. Like if you could play a GPS ghost in 2x speed, or have like ghost scrubber type
Yeah.
thing working in a GPS, because the number of times where I've watched a GPS ghost because I want to see the finish, and I have to sit through 40 seconds.
Or you want
in
to
order
watch
to
a
see that.
particular checkpoint.
Exactly. Now I think this doesn't really impact gameplay because these media tracker elements are informational rather than like sort of affecting the gameplay. It's not like cam 3 through a loop or things like that, or a forced free cam like in isometric. Yeah, I don't know if it would be allowed, but interacting with media tracker stuff in general is you've got to show that it's okay, as the default is that the plugin author has burden of proof, whereas usually the plugin author can just do stuff and it's pretty okay. As long as it doesn't interact with missions or things, it's okay. As long as it doesn't interact with the physics engine, it's okay. That sort of thing. So, but then you get to these grey areas where you sort of need to show that it's safe rather than like a particular criticism of why it's dangerous. Yeah, Team Tree, I end up with that as well. Like missing GPS. In terms of the color thing about Open Planet plugins, that would not be allowed. The color effect media tracker thing can be part of level design, and the intent is that the mapper should have authority on this. There are grey areas like the CP indicators in RPGs and stuff, and the way that we're dealing with that at the moment is the mapper can like disable these features preemptively in the map. But for stuff like media tracker things, that like plugins, there would need to be a pretty strong reason, and it would need to be limited as well. Which is, it's just a lot of work for both, like Miss and or Flux, the other Open Planet plugin reviewer. When things get more complicated like that.
For those who have been here for a wee while, it sort of amazes me how this Discord has gone from Bus doing weird fart sounds on his Discord things to Sertrov being very insightful with Open Planet stuff.
That's when the fart's clear, and I get a chance to.
You get a chance to talk. Yeah. The one Aussie disappeared and the other Aussie got a chance to talk.
How it goes.
This last, between the last checkpoint and the finish is a little bit risky. If you go too fast, you fly out.
I was gonna say, it feels a bit like, I mean, it's very penalty heavy in that area. There we go. These mini-maps are like so competitive in terms of the...
Oh, the times that are available? Yeah, I just took like 0.5 off and I went from 53rd to 53rd.
It's like, you've got to do a release like well before you can see the corner. And for only a fraction of a second. And that'll get you enough speed loss at the right time to make the apex and get through the last bit. But it's so risky. I feel like mini campaigns, like for this reason, are the epitome of full risk.
Oh, you have to.
It's the only way to, well, I mean, if you want a 10-second map to be competitive, then it's got to be via that, unless it's a khaki map.
Or it's like the Doogie transitional campaign that he made, which is really hard.
10-second maps though?
Yeah, he did like a 10-second
Oh, okay.
transitional campaign, and every single map was super hard. So it was more about, can you finish?
It's like if you get this one thing, then the rest is done.
Yeah, you gotta get like the speed going so you can get to the next jump, to the next jump, to the next jump.
It sort of makes sense. It reminds me of so in I think iOS, like individual level speedruns. So like doing say there's a particular level in like Mario Sunshine, and then you just do that level, and there's a leaderboard just for that. The reason it reminds me of that is because it's like individual checkpoint speedruns, like these mini campaigns. It's almost like doing just a single checkpoint, but like in a typical map. We have like one trick, except that it's pretty hard.
I spent a bit of yesterday playing the new Forza game, and they have checkpoints within laps that you can check to see like how they think you're doing.
So like a developer provided like ghost type thing, or
Yeah,
like a
sort of. There's two categories to it. The first is how fast you are. And the second one seems to be how close you follow the line they think you should go. So I think it's out of 10, because I've got a 9.9 and a 9.5 a couple of times, but never a 10. I have got a 1 several times too, but we won't talk about those.
like
But,
that's a less exclusive club.
yeah. But it's also like you get car experience. Like your cars get better the more you drive, and if you're driving better, your car gets better quicker.
That
and-
feels antithetical to a racing game, to be honest. Like,
Yeah.
oh wow, so you can gain so much speed by taking a slightly different line through the main section of the map. Like, if I didn't have to release a whole bunch before the finish there, I would have been like 0.3 seconds ahead of my PB.
Okay, I'm gonna watch you in a moment.
Oh no. I was 0.2 ahead at the last checkpoint there.
Do you go
So it's
deeper?
just, it's all about going shallower. Oops. Like in terms of the apex, like you cut closer to both apexes.
Okay, I'm gonna watch you. Because I'm so far behind. Alright, see you later, Bossage. Thank you for hanging out, mate. Think you enjoy your bench if you're going to bench. Bonk.
Yep, that's
So, the Chitona skins are still coming. Don't ask me when they are coming, but they are coming. He is apparently working on them. Whoa, 0.343 improvement. Okay. I'm still last. Holy shit, I was half a second ahead. 80? Nice.
yeah. Those like, it's crazy how much difference it makes on these sorts of maps. Like cutting it close. Get a little improvement in the line, and you get like a half a second improvement in time.
Yeah, I'm 0.442 ahead. 0.822?
Right, it's very nice.
Yeah, I can see like 0.6 faster. It's just getting the end. Hey, gold. I'm still like I can't even, like, a whole second. Damn.
I wonder why this map had decided that, like, a custom landscape was necessary for this.
Yeah, the red and black.
Well, not just the red and black, like, there's the checkerboard thing, but then there's a whole bunch of, like, hills and stuff out here in a custom
Yeah.
landscape with these trees.
Random towers. I mean, all the other ones have been sort of like that too. There's been weird things going on.
Oh, okay, so it's just positioned, it's positioned right above the stadium. Oh, and there's a whole bunch of blocks underneath. Like, stadium blocks. Like the pillars.
Huh.
I have no idea why. It's like the entire thing is built on pillars, which is entirely unnecessary.
Yeah, because if you go inside it, you get no ground.
Yeah, but that means that there's one extra block in the map file for every single, like, coordinate unit of those, like, in that area.
Oh, all of
So-
these?
Coordinate unit being the size of a block. So it's just the number of blocks, like, which is 8 high by 32 wide by 32 wide. Like, that added up is the number of extra things added to the map file.
So basically the mapper created a whole lot of work for himself just for the sake of it?
Well, it probably didn't add much work, but it adds space and FPS drops.
Hey, Yerkling! We had the world record and now we've got the second world record. Well, very well done. Also, good evening, Eddie. I think... Where are we? I think we maybe
Actually,
can
look-
say next.
So I'm down for that. Have you noticed many maps without the stadium so far? Like, I don't know when the no stadium stuff was made sort of more accessible.
There are some, but sometimes you think there's none, and then you go for a bit of a better look, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, it is actually still there. You just gotta find it. Gotta find
So
it.
it's sort of like this map
Yeah.
in the way that's hidden, yeah. Because I think, like, gbx.net, for example, which powers GBX Explorer, which does a lot of utility stuff around map size and things. I don't think that's that's after TM 2020 in terms of its creation. So I'm not sure. I guess the decoration stuff. There's another way to make larger maps, and maybe that was. Oh no! There were map bases before that because there was a sound bug and stuff.
I think there are some that actually use it, but I mean, a lot of people at this point in, like, TMX weren't aware it existed, so you still get a lot of maps that just hide it.
You still get that a bit today.
And we've got another map by the guy. These maps are quite well calculated.
As a player who can't calculate things, I'm not sure about that.
Wow, I'm failing at the calculation, but I can tell they're calculated.
The one time I had a map that really should have been calculated was my my SD helper map, which I basically used editor trails. I went into the editor, put out a big asphalt plane, and tried to do an SD in a spiral, and then just put checkpoints along that path. Anyway, and so some hours after I released it, Chroma tried it and was like, "Man, this map is so uncalculated." Like, why didn't you just use Magpie's base map? Which I then did, and it was a lot better.
Because you were bad at doing a spiral?
Oh yeah, because I'm not good enough to figure out what a calculated route would be for SDs.
I am currently streaming. Well, I'm currently in a Discord with Zertrov, who you might know from. He's the guy who made Map Info. He's also made TMX Together. Yeah, there you go. He's a regular viewer. I am actually currently in the TM New Zealand Discord. So we had a whole lot of Kiwis in it earlier on. Ironically, Zertrov is an Aussie, but he's in there.
Works out well time-wise,
Yeah.
time zone-wise.
I don't think any Kiwi would be upset with you being in here, because you're
It's
a
either-
you're a respected member of the TM community.
So my grandfather and mother are actually Kiwi, and so Grandpa was so he's like born Kiwi, and that's why Mum's Kiwi, but moved to Australia before Mum was born. Anyway,
Oh, yeah.
so I'm one generation off getting Kiwi citizenship.
Well, I can get an Aussie citizenship. Surely you can get Kiwi citizenship.
Oh, I think legally I'd have to make like a pretty strong argument for anything. I don't think I have any legal entitlement via blood, and so I'd need to go. I could another route, but
You'd have to just live here for a while.
yeah. So and that's just naturalization, which I mean that would totally be possible, but yeah, a bit different to Mum and Grandpa, but yeah.
To be fair, my ancestors came through Australia too. We'll leave that at that, shall we?
So Grandpa's did too actually. I think is that there was like one generation of Australians who then went over to New Zealand, and then there were a few generations of Kiwis, and then Grandpa came back to. Yeah, I think he must have come to Australia for work, and that's how he met Grandma.
No, we're talking 1835.
Yeah, okay, no, I'm much more recent in that regard.
We're talking penal colony. My original ancestors that I'll wait for. Actually, maybe I should wait for the ad break to come through because some people might want to hear this.
Okay, if there's an ad break, I'm gonna BRB.
Yeah, it's just finished, but go BRB. .2.4. Yeah, 0.45 seems like really fast. Where were you working today, Ed? Elections? Crossroads? Okay. That explains why you were so late getting home too. PB, PB, PB. Yes. Nine AM tomorrow? Oof. Long day tomorrow, or? Short, I'm guessing, rather than shirt. Whoa, good time. I'm happy with that one. Still shit compared to everyone else, but we got some good players in here. I can jump over the slow-mo block? Really?
Okay.
How? What are you doing? Yeah, jump. Thanks, T entry. Oh, you mean there's a horrible gear prior? It'll be a, Alright, we'll watch and see how the good boys do it. Show us how it's done. Welcome back, by the way, Teardrop. Ooh. Ooh. Damn. I need to see that again. So, Teardrop, I have 164th or 128th Moldy in me. And it turns out that the very first ancestors I had come to New Zealand, that's so dank, came to New Zealand in 1838 as both of them were in the penal colony via Sydney. And the female and her daughter were the second and third white females in all of the South Island of New Zealand.
Wow, so they must have done something really terrible then.
No. The mother stole a pair of pantyhose in London. That's all she did.
It's the classic loaf of bread or thereabouts worth of value.
Exactly.
And therefore you have
It's smuggling.
many pounds spent on you, like to take you over on a boat to somewhere else. And then you get given a whole bunch of land, which is a curious way to treat prisoners, to be honest, but
Yeah.
I guess we shouldn't be complaining.
She was 13 at the time when she stole the pantyhose. So she was probably on the streets of London, absolutely broke poor, and had no choice but trying to steal pantyhose to survive.
Well, to be honest, I've tried to eat pantyhose and it doesn't work very well, so I question her methods.
Yeah. To be fair though, her husband, which ended up being her second husband, was a 4 times bigamist. So my ancestor who's a 4 times bigamist is maybe not such a good guy after all. But
I mean,
yeah,
I need to...
he liked women. What can I say?
Yeah, so I was so... Wait, I mean, it sort of just means the same thing as polygamy. I had to Google it because I was not entirely confident. It's one of those words that I just haven't heard much. But yeah, so 2 or more wives.
Yeah. So
It's...
what he actually
mean,
did though, which is
So that's
real-
actually a crime under, like, most historical European laws, I thought. Like,
yeah. But what's actually a crime is that he posed as a noble at one point, and so he said that he was of royal, like noble blood, and went around trying to pose and got into a marriage, and then they found out
on that basis,
that he wasn't, and that's how he got caught.
Jesus. So let me get this straight. There's a tale of true love told through the 1830s convict journals, which basically have one party stealing pantyhose and getting deported, and then one party impersonating nobility and committing massive fraud by like getting someone to marry them on false pretenses.
No. At that point, he'd already done it in England, and he got to Australia.
Well, he'd already served his
He'd served his crime, and my ancestor on the female side had married. She was 15 by the time she got to Australia, and she married a guy who was in the 40s, and
Wow.
he bought a. 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 what do you call it? Like a merchant store in the rocks in the old town of Sydney.
Can we? So just to make sure, he was in his 40s, and
Had a
did
50
he marry this girl?
Who was 15.
So I don't know exactly the meme that I heard on Ham Daddy's stream earlier today. I think it goes, is he busy? Oh wait, no, he's a Rizzy. And this, I think this adequately explains the situation.
Yeah. So he had a 15-year-old wife when he was in his 40s, but he owned a store in the rocks in the middle of Sydney.
Yep.
And well, all of a sudden, he died of a heart attack. God knows what he's doing at the time. And she was left with a store as like a 17-year-old at this point. She had
Wow.
she was 17-year-old, had a daughter, and didn't know what the hell to do. And along comes this dashing fella who was a bigamist in England. And he goes, I've learned how to make barrels. And there's this really, really wonderful whaling colony in New Zealand, in the South Island. We'll make lots of money there. How about we take our second daughter to New Zealand with us?
What's the second daughter? Is that one?
That's
with
my
him?
ancestor.
Yeah, but is that a daughter? Like, is that a child with him, or is that a?
That's a child with him, not with the
Yeah.
first...
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So after the old bloke with the story in the rocks mysteriously passed away at the age of 40 from a heart
Yeah,
attack.
from having a 15-year-old wife. Yeah.
And then the now 16-year-old wife gets wooed by another guy,
Yeah.
and then ends up having a child with this other guy, which is in addition to the child that she's already had with the first guy. And then a year later, the guy's like, "Hey, we can make a bunch of money on
Whaling in
seal
New Zealand.
skins,
Yeah.
or whaling, or barrels, or whatever the trend was for the time." And then convinces her to move country in like 1830.
To a country where there's no white people. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well I mean more land I guess. But actually, to be honest, I feel like this is, if you'd been a convict sent to Australia and you'd done your 10 years or whatever hard labour,
Oh, you're
and
free
then-
at that point. Yeah, you're just a regular
but then
person.
you have an opportunity to go to New Zealand. The advantage is that, like, my rough understanding is that like free people were given like incredible incentives to emigrate.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And if they didn't really care where you emigrated from, then why bother with the English part? Why bother with the 2-month ship thing and just take a few days like across a rather small ocean by comparison, and end up with a massive land grant and stuff like that?
So, what happened is they rocked up and they were on the seal colony, and the whale colony, and the first white female was the wife of the guy who ran the whole area, and then they were the second and third white females in the entire South Island. And at this point, there was, have you heard kamate? Like,
Is that part of the haka?
the haka? Kamate,
Yeah, 'cause
kamate.
kamate. Like,
Kora, kamate, tenete takua, huru, na, riki. Yeah, that haka, the one that All Blacks do, and the one that everyone knows if they watch any New Zealanders doing stuff, right? That one was invented by a particular Māori chieftain called Te Rauparaha. And he was currently, at that point in time, going on war raids against a tribe in the South Island. He was originally from an area in the middle of the North Island in Waikato, and half of his tribe had been killed by another tribe, and so they were like going south, trying to make their own. Basically, they were trying to
sort of like
recreate themselves.
had a great loss, but now we're gonna come back in this trail
so
of glory. This sort of thing.
he's the Kamate haka is really disliked by tribes in the South Island, because at one point what he did is he went to a white settler and went, I'm gonna jump on your boat and you're not gonna tell anyone I'm on your boat. Okay. And so he jumped on their boat and put all of his war party on the lower decks.
So not just I'm gonna jump on your boat, but you're going to smuggle half my army, and you're not gonna tell anyone.
Yeah. And
Which is a more extreme thing to be like, okay, too.
Yeah.
I wonder how much threats were involved in that.
So he took them all
I mean,
to where Christchurch is these days.
Yep.
And he took them down there, and they all got the entire tribe to come for lunch on the upper deck, and then the whole group jumped out of and slaughtered the entire tribe.
Jesus.
So this guy is not a good fella. So
he misled some essentially in this context innocent Europeans.
Yeah, surely they were
smuggling.
Innocent, right?
Well, I mean, that's the other thing is how much do we not know about the story?
Yeah.
Which is fair enough. But outside of the canonical thing, or inside the canonical thing rather, roughly speaking innocent, albeit deliberately ignorant Europeans, to smuggle him and a bunch of assassins, in essence, over, and then invite the opposing tribe, the heads of the tribe, to lunch on the boat where they were already stationed. I mean,
Okay, so this story continues. So
Yep.
where he was stationed while he was doing all these raids, he had where the whale colony was, his tribe was stationed the bay over. And so he used to come for dinner to my ancestors, the white ancestors that I knew about, once a week for dinner. So Te Raupraha used to come for dinner with these guys who were in the whale colony, and we knew about it. And we were like, okay, sweet as, we have this famous Māori fella who used to come for dinner. And
he's a villain in Māori law.
yeah, but he's also well renowned because he's also the creator of Kamate. So within certain types, he's a hero. So he's both a villain and a hero at the same time. And the daughter got married when she was 15, and my dad's like, that's odd. She got married really young. Why'd she get married really young? She married this guy who became who wanted to go back to sea, and she told him several times, no you don't, you can't get married. But I was talking to my dad 3 months ago, and he's like, you should probably know, I put myself on the last census as Māori. And I'm like, Dad, what? And he's like, yeah, I did the spit test, and we have Māori in us. Not very much, but we do. And the only place I can figure out where it could be is we are part Te Raupraha.
Yeah,
so,
maybe.
the reason why she got married when she was 15 is because the local tribe got a little bit too interested in the local white girl, shall we say.
Oh gosh. Yeah.
And she has a little bit of Māori in the next generation.
Man, what a crazy time it was.
But she must have been a hard-ass lady, because the white husband that she married decided about 10 years later he was going to go back to sea. And she hired 2 helping lads, and together with the 2 helping lads, she rowed across the Cook Strait to Wellington to say, no you don't. You're coming back with me.
Came to intervene.
Yeah, and Cook Strait is known as one of the most dangerous ways in the entire world.
Yeah, okay.
And she just like got 2 random guys and got them on a rowboat and went, we're gonna go across the Cook Strait and say no.
I feel like that. I mean, that says something about her determinism and perseverance, but at the same time, something about her judgment.
Yeah. Holy shit, she was a mad woman. Yeah, as Eddie says, no wonder you're so shady. You have assassin's warrior blood in you. Alright, to those who are actually hunting this and I'm just shit talking, are we happy to move on? Yeah,
I think I got some ones.
Immediate 1. I should probably play again, huh? But there's my story time. I am wearing the shirt that is appropriate. I don't know if you can see it on stream. Do you want me to stand up slightly for a moment? See if we can see it.
Oh gosh, I'm away from the screen and being exposed.
Can we see it?
Yes, sometimes I go off on a tangent.
There we go. It's my math teacher t-shirt.
It's a pretty good one. I mean, then again, I don't like have a ranking of math teacher shirts.
Yeah. My other one was like a Captain America shield with pie around it instead of like Captain America like red, white, and blue. But the numbers started to peel off, unfortunately.
Fair enough. Maybe if you'd gotten a t-shirt with towel printed around it instead, you would have twice the durability.
Yeah, or maybe an Oilers number. At least it's repetition, right?
Well, I mean, more to the point, just pi is the false god of maths, and Tau is the real hero in the story.
Oh god, we're going there.
No, so seriously, I end up hard coding in all my anything to do with like rotations in like low level code. I add a Tau constant because it is so much more convenient to use than pi. Every time I need to use pi, I always need to do something with 2, whereas with Tau, I can just divide by an existing variable or whatever else, and it just works. Like, you have 4 segments in a circle, you just Tau divided by 4. It's just so much simpler. You want a rotation that, what do you call it, loops, then you just mod Tau, as opposed to mod 2 pi. The other thing about it is when you look at, so I think one of the major problems with pi in the mathematical canon is that it obscures the relationship between integration and the circle, sphere, area, volume formulas. Like, it's less easy to understand because pi is used rather than tau, because you end up with a half being like polluting all the things, whereas if you use tau, then you just end up with essentially polynomial integrations.
Yeah, but if you're using pi is a real number, so if you integrate it, it disappears.
What?
I might be wrong, but pi is 3.14159, etc., etc.
Yeah, and
so
tau is just 2 times that.
If I integrate pi, because pi is a real number, it disappears. It doesn't, like, differentiation and integration. Because it's a real number, you don't need to worry about it. For gradient, at least.
So, I mean, tau has the same properties in terms of being a constant, but what I mean is that, so if you take, so with the circle sort of family of formulas, so you have like pi d, for example.
Yeah.
Right, which is also tau r, may I point out. So if you integrate tau r, then you end up with like half tau r squared, right? Which is my mental algebra is failing me, but so pi squared, 4 pi squared on half 2 pi squared r. Is that right? No, 2r squared pi. Anyway, which is 2 pi r squared. But the point is, if you integrate with tau, it makes sense. Whereas if you integrate with pi, it only makes sense if you already know that pi is like a half tau. Because you end up including this half all over the place. I feel like I've not done justice, and I now need to pull out a notebook and a pen so I can write down the maths and make it clear before I speak
Because you're
again.
turning pi into a variable, basically.
Well, no, like because, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I just know that, so it's like with the volume of a sphere, you have like 3/4 involved in that equation. Where does the 3/4 come from? And the answer is part of it comes from pi already being half tau. And so you end up with this like half polluting things. I don't think you end up with a squaring factor for the half because it's not part of the variable you integrate. But you end up with this half constant that ends up carrying through like the various formulas, and so it sort of obfuscates the actual nature of the formulas. That's how I feel about it, at least. I just feel like tau is 360 degrees. Tau is an entire rotation.
Yeah.
And so it makes more sense if we're talking about radians, like, which is meant to be a unitless, well, unitless except the radians, but a sort of contextless description of rotation in a plane, which is brilliant, but it's just polluted by the fact that you're halving your 360 constant, essentially.
I was like, what is he talking about? Look at the finish on the right. Is that engine? Oh, engine off. Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry to break up your
No, that's all right.
diatribe.
That's it probably should have been broken up anyway. But I am now filled with thoughts about like someone needs to create. You know how people create like I mean the latest one that I've seen is TMX. TN3 will know. But they'll do like Scrappy, 96 and 97 and Scrappy, 11111, etc. Things like that. Oh. I've forgotten.
Okay, can I put you on spot with a very easy problem that's not so easy?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we've always taught that a negative times by a negative is a positive.
Mm-hmm.
When is a negative times by a negative a negative?
Well, if you times a purely imaginary component that's negative by a purely real component that's negative, then you can end up with that, I think.
No, 'cause
Maybe, I don't know.
That's a negative times by a positive.
So negative times a negative is a negative. There's an argument for -0. Otherwise, I need to think about it.
Alright, second one, if anyone wants to try one. When can you create a triangle that has 270 degrees in its interior angles?
Okay, so that one, I already know the answer
You
to.
know the answer to this one?
That's interior angles just means the sum of the angles between each corner.
Yeah.
So you want a triangle where it has 3 corners and each corner is, well, 90 degrees, or all 3 corners together add up to 270,
Okay.
which of course contradicts the typically thought all angles in a triangle add up to 100.
How do you create a triangle that has each angle equal to 90 degrees?
I want to leave this to the chat because I don't want to spoil it by immediately answering. The negative times a negative thing.
Multiple planes? You're on the right path.
So multiple planes argue makes it like if you have like -x times -z. No, well that just ends up no. If they're components.
It's a circle one, you're also on the right path. It's just one side curved, also on the right path. But not quite. There is a very easy allegory that you can use to get 270 degrees. Put it on an appropriately shaped manifold. Whoa, okay.
I mean, I feel like that's an answer that is trying to obscure the answer.
Yeah, the
Like-
answer is easy, okay? There's
I
an
feel like
easy way of doing it.
I feel like if anyone in chat just wants to copy paste, plot it on an appropriately shaped manifold, then we'll just be convinced that they already know. I mean, maybe not after the first, but
I have, like 14-year-olds where I can tell it and they understand what's going on. That's not what you're doing right there with an appropriately shaped manifold.
I would. I mean, it depends on the. I don't know how educated. As I walk back to the computer to read the chatter's name, Narkowski is, but I mean, I don't know if Narkowski's done some university, then that would not be outside of potential language. I would feel.
Oh yeah, 100%. AT?
I mean,
ooh, okay, we go watch the AT.
so with a
If
coincidental
you get it.
similarity between names. So the idea of like Ninkowski or Narkowski talking about a manifold, and the fact that a Minkowski manifold is Minkowski, is that it? No, it's not. It's another guy. Anyway, the Einstein relativity stuff where there's a what's that guy's name? Anyway. Chad will know him.
I don't know, I knew what fractals and stuff were when I was about 13, so I suppose you're talking about things like Klein bottles and stuff. There's a possibility that you know the jargon, but...
I'm just struggling to remember the guy who did black hole stuff before Einstein, or not the black hole stuff deliberately, but like the space-time warping stuff.
Oh.
There's the name, he's got a, I don't think it's Schwarzschild. Is it a Schwarzschild manifold? Maybe it is. Minkowski reminded me of it for some reason. But anyway, anyone with a physics background of like university
I mean,
level
Einstein has his own manifold.
Does he? Didn't he just use other people's?
No, if I Google Einstein manifold, it's actually a thing.
Okay, is this after general relativity?
Hermitian?
That wasn't what I was thinking of. But...
Otherwise you've got Lorentzian.
So Lorentzian's pre special relativity.
You're right, T and Tree. It is a triangle. $13.4. Nice.
So on a sphere, yep. So the other way I've heard the problem put is, I start at a place on the planet Earth, and I walk 1 kilometer south, and then I turn I turn 90 degrees to the right, and I walk for 1 kilometer, and then I turn 90 degrees to the right, and I walk for 1 kilometer, and I end up at my starting place. Where was my starting place?
Yeah, so the easiest way to visualize it is that you actually walk all the way to the equator. And that way that people go, oh, I turn 90 degrees to the left, I'm walking along the equator, and then I turn 90 degrees to the left again, and then I'm walking towards the North Pole. And a lot of people can understand what's being done there, and then they go, oh yeah, I'm walking a quarter of the way around the Earth, so, and a quarter of 360 is 90 degrees, so 90 plus 90 plus 90.
Yep. So I also was thinking about it. I think there might be an error in reasoning in the 1 kilometer thing, in that sorry, processing. I'm not sure that it checks out actually, the 1 kilometer thing. I think that might be it trying to maintain an equidistant point from the pole, as opposed to actually just turning 190 degrees to the right. I'm not sure if you
Yeah, it
actually
won't work
maintain that.
because you've got an equilateral, but you don't have a.
Yeah, like you can walk in an arc along that way, but I'm not sure that it's a straight line. Whereas if you go to the equator, it's definitely a straight line.
Yeah. Well, as close to a straight line as you can get.
Well, in a perfect sphere it is, so
Yeah.
it's for all intents and purposes.
Also, the answer to your question, negative times by negative. Negative I times by negative I.
Yep. Okay. I mean, I knew that, I think I knew that complex numbers were involved. I think I mentioned something there.
You did.
Did I?
Did. So you were very close, but that's the simplest one to do.
Yep. I got to writing negative A times negative B equals negative C in my notebook and then got distracted.
Do you know what a transcendental equation is?
Transcendental equation? I'm not sure about. Transcendental number? I have a rough idea.
Okay, what is a transcendental number?
So a transcendental number is one that cannot be represented. So it cannot be represented as a rational number, and it cannot be represented by any algebraic means. So it is impossible to specify in a closed and finite form without the use of various shortcuts, essentially.
Okay, so it's very close to a transcendental equation. A transcendental equation is an equation where you have a variable. One of the most common versions of it is an equation where it's something like, on one side you have y equals, and on the other side you have equals cos y plus z.
Okay, so you have an equation. It's not possible to put in a closed form.
Yeah,
in terms of y.
You can't make it purely in terms of y, because as soon as you do like the inverse, you get the inverse for the other form of it. So you can't.
So you end up in it's a grandfather killing their own child type thing.
Exactly.
Well, actually, that's not the paradox. It's the opposite. It's the paradox. But
yeah, but you get to a sort. You can't ever solve it in terms. So they're only ever able to be graphed. You can graph them,
Yes.
but you can never actually like solve
calculable, but not definable in a closed form type thing.
them. Yeah. So
Well, except in special cases, I guess.
during my school holidays, I had my more able students create a Discord chat for the very good mathematical kids at my school, and they invited me to it. I was like, yeah, this is a good idea, why not? And over the space of the holidays, that was one of them, and then there was another one which was also ridiculously hard to solve at high level calculus, going, sir, can you help me solve this? And I regretted my life decisions. Because
What was the other problem?
the other one was like an ax plus 1n problem where you had to know that you could do you could factor the thing inside the brackets and put it as a denominator below to be able to solve it.
This is like one of those YouTube videos where they're like, so now we're going to prove about this recurrence relationship about pi that sounds completely ridiculous. And first we're going to notice that there is this exponential expansion, or this particular expansion of pi that we can just substitute in and start doing stuff with. And it's like entirely relies on your ability to know about this expansion first.
To know a formula, yeah.
Yep. Well, I mean, so in terms of expansions and identities, I sort of feel like it's more fair game than just knowing arbitrary formulas in the way that education deals with it. But yeah, it is essentially I mean, but I also think that's fair for if you want to make real progress or substance in mathematics, then knowing identities and things is a massive part of that.
Oh yeah, 100%, but it was my school holidays. And suddenly I get 13s going, sir, can you help me solve this? And I'm like, give me a moment.
So this wasn't something you set up for them. This was something they did on their own.
They
accord?
set up on their own accord and invited me to it.
So they're like, hey, we made a Discord for hard maths problems, and we'll invite our maths teacher
Yeah.
to it.
And they're like, he's the only math teacher who'll come along and be willing to join us. So
I feel
we'll
like
invite him.
That's super bait in terms of like the amount of maths problems that you can find online. Like someone can just find a maths problem that is like meant for, you know, people with their master's degree in mathematics that seems really simple, and there's no way to tell in advance how difficult a math problem is, except in obviously the trivial cases. But you can end up with crazy integration problems that are really similar to stuff you can solve but are just unsolvable.
Yeah, no, one of them was actually, he's actually a very, like, pretty gifted, like, he's trying to push his computer programming. So he was trying to create a curve which he could use for his controller, which created a smooth curve which had no, like, issues with gradient. So
yeah, okay, does he know about smooth step and smoother step?
Yeah, so he was doing a smooth curve.
Well, no, but so smooth step and smoother step are particular curves, I think of order 3 and 4 in the computer graphics space particularly, that are used to create seamless transitions between, like, while you're tweening or lerping between two things. So, but they're particular, like, basically it sounds like they're smooth step and smoother step are algebraic formulas to solve this exact problem, is what it sounds like. It sounds like to me.
He did create a formula, and he gave me the formula, and he gave me all the variables, but it was a transcendental formula. Once he
Why is a 13-year-old creating, like, unsolvable differential equations?
He was not 13, he was 17, 18.
Okay, that helps. But still,
he made my head hurt.
I feel like this is a case where when you have enough intuition for mathematics, you end up seeing these insights that are incredibly simple, where the straightforward approach becomes incredibly complex. And where you get these moments where people who are incredibly skilled will be like, oh, why don't you just do this? And suddenly the entire problem dissolves. I feel like this is one of those situations. I feel like it's also a situation where it's probably been solved through computer graphics.
That's exactly the problem. It's been solved through computer graphics, but not as a mathematical equation where you solve it for a variable. It is an equation which you don't solve. The problem is he wanted to solve the equation.
Yeah, okay. Well, good luck. No, I think that's really good though, that I see it as a very positive sign that your students are doing this. Or at least, maybe not your students, but at least students at the same school that you teach at are doing this.
I mean, there is a good chance I'll be head of mathematics at the school I teach at next year. But that's because the head of maths is taking a sabbatical next year to work on study. But I mean, I'm also the teacher that's approachable, which I think is a big part of it.
You know what else is a big part of being a good teacher? Seeing ones in the chat.
Okay, I get it. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I ignored them too, but I thought it would be funny to put it up.
Yeah, I get binary code too.
But no, I mean, I think it's like, I don't know. I've had multiple family relationships who have been teachers, and from what I understand, like the system that we have for teaching is outdated enough, let alone if the people who like run our local institutions are also outdated. So the more like new blood that we have in education, like putting aside actually reforming education systems to be better philosophically, the more like young blood we have in it is better, basically. it's not going to do any harm to people, and it's going to make the experience better for everyone who's involved.
Am I new blood though?
Yep. 100%. Like,
I'm in my 40s.
yeah.
I guess I'm new blood in the fact that I'm open to new ideas and I'm not like I'm a 40-year-old who is stuck in the 40s. I don't know.
So I mean, it's not just that. Like, you have the cultural component, but realistically, I feel like a lot of the people who are, I don't know, maybe it's not the case in New Zealand, but I feel like a lot of the people who are in positions of authority in education are old than you still.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, mate, I was born in 1980. I know that blows my students away. A lot of them are like, sir, you act like one of us. You don't act like a 40-year-old at all. Like, how...
Yeah, so I was initially off by like 10 years in estimating their age, but I mean, to be honest, you really did strike me as a 50-year-old.
A 50-year-old? Really?
I just had to do the old switcheroo.
You bastard.
No, I thought you were like 30 odd. But that makes that's beside the point. So you have a cultural bias that's younger in terms of there's people your age who
act like that my age. Yeah.
More conservative in these sort of manners.
Basically, what you're saying or trying not to say is I'm a boomer who doesn't act like a boomer.
No, I'd say you're a millennial who's born in the wrong time, but in that sort of respect. But that's beside the point. Moreover, I think you're just thoughtful in a way that a lot of people of a prior generation never end up being thoughtful.
Yeah, true. And I'm stuck around kids, which means that because I'm open to it, I don't let my prior generation bias impact what I do with the current generation.
And I think that's the way to deal with these situations is, so you've always got tradition to fall back on or whatever, but there's a lot of harm that's done by enforcing defaults that come from prior generations that you don't understand or otherwise don't agree with, but do for other reasons. And I think avoiding that and doing your own thing is much better. And I think a lot of the time you doing your own thing will end up agreeing with a bunch of prior stuff, but for different reasons. Which is like traditions were established for a combination of evolutionary and philosophical factors. The philosophical factors were probably always wrong, but just because they already existed doesn't mean that there's not a good reason to sort of rediscover them. Anyway, other than that, I think there's a lot of stuff that needs innovation in terms of this stuff that's pretty subtle and requires a bit of a new experience.
How I teach compared to the past generational teachers is extremely different.
So, for 100%, I had a very influential teacher in high school, who actually had a PhD and went back to teaching or went to teaching because he didn't like academia. Which, fair enough, it probably wasn't even as so corrupt back then either. But anyway, he really instilled a lot of really good values in me in terms of the value of knowledge and work and purpose and stuff, which some of it was not all of it was entirely pro state education, but he was also the first teacher, well, when I say the first teacher, the only teacher really that I've seen to use GeoGebra. Part of the reason being that I never, I left school 10 plus years ago, so it's not something that I've really encountered much since then except through hobby. But he was using GeoGebra in 2008, and it was great for many things, and he put a lot of effort into how the concept, and I had multiple teachers that did this actually. It's unfair to just credit him. Dr. Kelly was his name. But he put in effort to making things like intuitive, understandable, and with a focus on understanding how the derivation was done, not just understanding the derivation, if that makes sense. And I feel like this helped me immensely. Anyway, the point being is that I think that people who are in your position that go to the extra effort to make the education of their students better and the lives of their students better through that education is so incredibly valuable. And it might not rub off on every student. I don't know how well it rubbed off on my student colleagues, but
you can't get every student to ever be happy in your class. It's impossible. But if you get like more than like other classes, then you've succeeded.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a success. I think there's also some pretty bad biases in terms of measuring how we, and this is not meant as a criticism to you, as I missed the finish entirely. So just a general comment on education is that I think some of our measurements about how well teachers are doing in that respect are really ineffective in actually identifying problem areas in how people teach and what the actual blockades in learning are.
So my first criteria is this. 1, I never have any complaints. So like there's not a single student that goes and talks to like senior management and says, we don't like being in Mr. Hitchcock's class. That's the first complaint. Like if there was ever any issue with anyone ever being in my class, that's an issue. The second one is this. There are more students taking calculus next year than ever in the last like 5.
I mean, to be honest, if you are part of that reason, which I would be highly suspicious if your school claimed that you are not part of that reason.
I'm the this is
I think
the
that's-
first year I've taken year 12 calculus.
Anyway, I think it's exemplary if that's the case, because maths has so long been a subject that is just shoved into the gutter and has had gutter teachers for it, but it is such a rich and beautiful subject and matters so much to people's lives. I think it's so important. Anyway, sorry, I lost sight of my original point there.
But yeah, essentially, like there's more math students taking maths next year at our school than any other subject. At year 11, year 12, and year 13.
Any other subject?
Any other subject.
That's pretty... I mean, I'm struggling... Besides the fact that maths is compulsory in New South Wales, I'm struggling to think of how that would come about.
It's not compulsory at year 11, year 12, and year 13 in New Zealand next year. And we have more kids taking math at our school next year than any other subject. So I take that as a win.
I completely agree. Like, I think that's absolutely fantastic.
And yes, not all of them are going to end up like Zertrov folks, where they are able to talk this well about it. But they will be able to go to a supermarket and they'll be able to know whether they're getting ripped off or not, which is a win in and of itself.
Yeah, have an intuition for that. Have an intuition for how much gas you're spending. Like in terms of if you're driving your car and you have like a depletion of your fuel tank, like how it works out. Like there's so many ways that this stuff helps, but you need a bit of automation to factor into your daily life. Also, I feel almost like I should mention in terms of the not work out like the Zertrov thing. I mean, so I did like very well in terms of mathematics in high school. Too well, as sort of thing. In terms of I did not do that much. Well, I did as much work as I enjoyed, but I ended up very, very well. In terms of that
Yeah,
subject.
you had to get to the point where you can speak this well about it.
It's the type of thing where so in terms of university mathematics, I've done about a semester and a half maybe, and a bit of physics. And I've learnt more through just my regular, like, software developing stuff, in terms of both, like, 3D stuff has taught me more about matrices than first year uni ever did. First year uni really helped in understanding that, but it really didn't bridge the gap in terms of making it useful. Anyway, yeah. So I guess I feel like in conclusion, my best advice is have a really good maths teacher.
Well, the reason I'm a math teacher is because I had a really good math teacher.
I'm really glad to hear that. Like, in terms of that, I feel like if a math teacher exists and believes in what they do for the purpose of what they do, in terms of propagating maths and making better mathematicians, one of the best outcomes, like legacies that they can have from their life, is to create more maths teachers who are high quality, particularly.
Well, one of the guys that I'm teaching this year is wanting to get into rocketry, and I could see him doing it. And I always say to my students that my aim is that you're better than me.
Yep.
I don't want you to
100%.
be me. I want you to be better than me. I'm okay at math. And like a lot of my students, if any student was in here right now, they'd be going, Sir is saying he's okay at math? He is way better than okay at math. But I feel I'm okay. I want them to be way better than okay. And I know some of them will be.
So, one of the ways that I'm just thinking, your students thinking that you're really, really good at maths is, I feel like, a combination of like two particular things. One is that you've obviously prepared because you're a teacher. And the second is that there's particular problems and skills and things that are associated with this, like, sort of, I guess, the family of ideas that you're exposing through teaching. But if there's something a little bit outside that, then a lot of things can fail. And that's one of the examples is what you mentioned about your students with the Discord and coming up with a stupidly difficult problem. It's sort of like the come up with a closed formula for the circumference of an ellipse, sort of thing, where a circle is super easy and then an ellipse becomes nigh impossible.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yep. I forgot my point again.
I'll give an example quickly. What is 41 times by 39 in your head very quickly?
I don't know, but it's approximately 1600.
It is. It's 40 squared take away 1 squared, so it's 1599.
Okay, that's pretty close.
Because it's x squared take away y squared.
Yep. So you can easily refactor it into a trivial.
So because it's 40 plus 1 take away 40 plus 1 times by 40 take away 1. And because I know x plus y times by x take away y is x squared take away y squared, I can do it easily.
Yep.
So I know a lot of tricks that I use all the time because I know algebra, and it looks like magic when kids see it. But it's not magic, it's just algebra.
Well, it's algebra and familiarity with algebra, and then the
The ability to use it easily, yeah.
automatization in order to make it. It's not just like using it easily. It's making it a background process, because once it becomes a background process, like that's when you get the crazy benefits. In terms of it takes like 0.05 of a second instead of half a second, in terms of thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some where you look at it and go, that's less efficient to do it that way. But bundling, like Eddie says, is a very efficient way of doing math that looks hard but isn't hard provided you have a technique to do it quicker. And for a lot of kids, that's the hard part. Like, most kids can't do multiplication very well. So you have to go that next step further and go, alright, well, this is what I'm actually doing. Alright, we're gonna watch this. These times are all very different. I'll watch this one here, which is the same as another one. So this
Are we on the same map? Because the leaderboard I see is within like 23 of a second.
This is the PF map.
We're definitely on a different map.
Yeah, this is the
feel like-
previous map.
Oh, okay, okay. I missed that because I was talking.
Yeah, you're enjoying talking. It's a very shit PF map from the look of it.
Good focus, chat.
I almost feel like coming straight back to the room. This is an awful PF map. Okay. What does the world record do? It's 29 seconds.
Like an upside down turtle on magnet there, I think.
Okay, they're
Here.
already not PFing.
It's a little magnet, and I think it was a bit of magnet.
Reset. Reset.
Respawn abuse, it's the best.
Yeah.
It's the quality of a good map. When
Yeah, great
the,
map.
The optimal route involves
Great
double
map, that one.
respawns.
Yeah. A PF map that involves double respawns to get world record. Clearly it's well designed.
If you guys didn't rate that 4 pluses on TMX, then I've lost faith in humanity.
Oh god, what do we hit here?
Is it just hitting this one trick?
I think so.
Okay, so you have to hit the edge and do a wicked flip. Basically, based on RNG.
Yeah, but 1,253 people have finished it.
Yeah, well, if you put it on the LOL server, then you're gonna end up with those numbers regardless of the...
I went through the finish. Without going through the CP. You're only 190th? Okay, so you finished the T entry.
You gotta say, this feels like Reset Simulator.
It very much does. To the point that I'm like happy to like move on.
It's like, oh, I jumped
Hey,
above
we're
the
gonna
checkpoint
finish.
this time.
9.3? Whoa. Okay. What place is that? 9.3. How much is this hunted? 500. Holy shit.
The real question is, why have 500 people spent more than a few minutes on this map? Or should we just one bounce? I could make the finish then.
I just flew over it.
Story of my life.
You do that regularly?
No, just on this map.
Okay.
I visit this map regularly to try and surmount this stupid...
Oh! I got through the checkpoint.
You get it?
Okay. Okay. Can I Can I
Yeah, no,
somehow? Nah, that's ditch.
That looks like a terrible checkpoint. I feel like I'm just hitting this like a little thing out of the ground and trying to get a good bounce, and mostly missing it and resetting
Yeah.
immediately.
The problem is that you have this slight slide just before you get there. If you're trying to aim, that's 80? Hey, nice.
This placement seems like calculated to frustrate people who don't do the normal way as well. Like in terms of you just try and take it slow and line up with it, it does not feel good.
Hey, Astra, you're still there. Can I hit the stadium? The answer is very much yes. There you go, Astra, you fixed it. It's both, right? That's gone. Alright. Tier 3. 1, 1, 1, please! Okay. For you. This is a sort of map where you play like all these maps where like 20 people have played them. And then you hit a map like this where 1,200 people have finished it. And you're like, why? Like, all these maps which have had no one finish them or no one play them. And they're good. They're, wow. Okay. They're better than that. Okay. Citroen, why does it say 0?
I'm not sure exactly which thing says 0 at the moment because I'm not at the screen.
Okay.
Hurrying back.
If you have a look at my stream, you'll...
Oh, probably because no one has... Oh, so it says 108 for me. You might have been the first person to try and load that thing, and the first person to use map info to load it.
Ah.
So it'll give you a default to avoid giving you, like, it's not the I had a problem contacting Deo script. But it will return 0 sometimes before it's managed to return a result.
Alright, I'll claim my first YouTube comment then. Because that's essentially what it is, right? It's like you get to a chat and no one's done it before, so you get a first.
Sort of, yes. But, so right now you know that it's not accurate because there are records showing Vine when you
I 100% know that there's people who have finished this map. I can see that.
So I'm not sure exactly why it shows for 108 for you in the scheme of things. Like I mean, I have like a theory, but it should go away upon refresh. Not as a way to easily refresh map info, besides reloading the plugin. But
It's a lying first, basically.
potentially, like, I mean, if it can't get the info, it'll lie to you.
It might now. Nope.
So it doesn't update with UI things like new records and stuff. It doesn't listen for that. Just because that would add a lot of complexity and dependencies and stuff.
There we go.
Yeah.
Out of curiosity, if anyone speaks French, I have very limited French. I know a little bit, but not enough. How does Camelot sound to a French speaker when they are singing their song in French? Baguette. Welcome, Tyler. Baguette. You played the game, the map, 100 people played it? Yeah. You can do a basic French, but no more. Yeah, we've surely got some French speakers in the stream right now. Gotta be. Oh no, Zetrov. Why? Why? Why did you do that?
Well, spare
'Cause you-
channel points, and
Because you could.
it tied in with the French theme.
Jesus, I've got to plug in the wheel. Sweetheart over.
Well, you might not have seen the comment
over
that I
again.
left afterwards.
Je ne sois pas simple comme l'autre book. Pas tout faire une
There was a typo where I
discover
typed
de
bug
la
instead of but
roue.
in the original prompt, so that
you-
might.
Did you Google Translate?
Of course, I don't speak French.
That's what I thought it might be. Okay.
Hey, at least I didn't use ChatGPT translate. Let me see what ChatGPT says for the translation of this. ChatGPT, by the way, is pretty good in terms of translation, which is somewhat scary. Because it means that auto translation is going to come via this weird filter in future that is entirely unhuman in the way that it communicates.
Well, I actually think that the scary thing about ChatGPT is that this is basically the first generation that we have. Give it a couple of generations. What's it going to be like in a couple of generations?
Yeah. I think there will be a lot of defense that people create for it though as well, in the sense that
Yeah, 100%. If you can curate an AI that is designed to be it, there'll be an AI that's designed to read it.
there's that, but I think people will get a sense for AI generated content, which also makes like AI generated content that is not detectable as AI generated content extra valuable, which has an interesting feedback cycle. But
yeah, you're not wrong.
I don't know where that goes, but I'm pretty sure that people have already, in at least the tech savvy community, like already started to cotton on to overtly AI inspired material, shall we say?
Well, if I try to tell ChatGPT to create me a lesson for a particular, for a particular class, I get a lesson which tells me to spend 5 minutes. So say I did a lesson which told introduction to calculus, say, as the very first, like, as a lesson. It would say, okay, spend 5 minutes talking about this topic. Then spend 5 minutes talking about this topic. Then spend the next 5 minutes talking about differentiation. Then spend another 5 minutes talking about this topic. And you look at it and go, wait, you want my lesson to be 50 minutes of standing in front of a class talking about a topic? Yeah, you're right. Like, that's ever gonna work. Like, it doesn't.
Look, Hunter, I'm sorry
work.
to inform you, but I've scanned the entire internet, and based on my language probability metric, the next characters in the sentence that I'm going to say indicate that you're wrong. So, sorry.
Yeah, but did you
So-
use ChatGPT to do it?
No, and I completely agree. It's entirely, it's explanationless, and thus is unable to interact substantially with the actual problems that we have with education.
Which is
Like,
like,
it could,
if kids sat and they listened to me talk for the entire period,
it's
they
bad
would-
enough at
they would
university
learn
when people have
nothing.
been, like, so it's bad enough at university when people have learned to be able to do that, let alone in high school where they haven't.
Yeah.
Like, it's, yeah. So I completely agree. It's never effective to just explain a thing for 5 minutes.
I mean, you could maybe have that as your lesson plan as a lecturer at university, because what happens at university is you do your lecture, and then you give them all their notes, and then you walk out of the hall and go, here you go, here's my notes for the lecture.
You have a checklist of what you need to do
To
in
get-
terms
to get to finish?
maintain your job.
Yeah, you
And-
have to say all these things, and you do all those things, and you move on. But at high school? No, hell no. Alright, are you happy with me getting a wheel discovery on that map? I finished it.
Yeah, sure.
I got through the risky finish with it.
I mean, if chat's happy, I'm happy. That's how I'd put it.
I mean, chat, do I have to do the next map as well? Another world record? Really? Oh, why is... Oh, shit. Uno momento. My controller is currently not plugged in because I put the wheel in, and
You unplugged your controller.
guess what? It's talking to my Xbox. Now we can do it.
Mikowski, I completely agree with you in terms of functional limits to current AI systems. Current AI systems are so rudimentary in terms of their exploration of what AI means in the computer science space. And there's massive denial, I think, about how much information programmers put into the AI models they create.
But these are also the AIs that have been offered to the public. So what is seen by the public versus what is actually out there could be very different.
I don't think there's anything substantially more advanced than what we've seen.
You don't think so?
No.
Even with like if you're talking about military and stuff, you don't think there'd be much more?
No. The reason is so to expand early GPT into today's GPT, we've gone through orders of magnitude of expansion of the data size that they've been dealing with. This is raw data as well, in terms of GPU memory and stuff that's required. And we're at the hundreds of terabytes, I think, or at least gigabytes, but I think hundreds of terabytes. Anyway, the point being is that in terms of GPU memory, hundreds of gigabytes or terabytes is both incredibly problematic.
And also inefficient.
Yeah. So a lot of workarounds are required for that, but we're still dealing with a solution space that is incredibly vast, but also incredibly sparse by the nature of its construction. As in, it is a brute force, let's suck in a bunch of data and try and output a bunch of data. And
Which is ironically, you can see that with the teach your car how to do Trackmania. You watch that and what they do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I completely agree that is a good way of visualizing how much data we can suck in to do useful stuff. This, however, has limits because all of the inputs to these algorithms are human decided. And one of the things that you never hear about in like machine learning YouTube videos is, oh yeah, here was all of the epistemic information that I provided to the AI model before it actually started processing stuff. That is that here are all of the rules that I as a human encoded in my AI learning model that
So
are
that it
specific
could
to
do
this
it.
exact situation. And outside of this, it won't make any sense. But every AI model has these things. Like nothing is general in this landscape right now. Anyway, so I think the way that this stuff is presented versus the way that it's like used, there's a lot of disparity, and there's a lot of room for it to grow in useful ways. There's also a lot of ways for it to be used badly.
Do you think that, I mean, we are on the verge of having quantum computers. I think it'll happen. Do you think it is really quantum computers that's going to hold it back?
Quantum computers are largely irrelevant. Quantum computers have a lot of advantages, but the problems they solve are not particularly related to AI. They won't help us with AI. They won't make AI faster. They solve certain problems. And I mean that in the general sense, like just quantum algorithms in general are not suited to solve every problem. They can solve any problem, but it's just not faster. So you focus on the problems that are faster, and those are really hard problems like factoring or like doing complex index stuff over a database or whatever else. And so you get a result from a quantum computer, and then you feed that into a regular computer. And that regular computer then delivers the rest of the result that we know how to do really fast.
Do you think that's not necessarily true, though, if the program gets to the point that the quantum allows the AI to operate at a level which allows it to operate quicker than what we can currently conceive?
As far as we know, the algorithms used for consciousness, whatever they are not really compatible with like quantum stuff. If they are, it doesn't really... We don't really know how they'd interact, but it doesn't really solve the problem. And the reason it doesn't really solve the problem is because let's say that you had some shortcut for having like 1,000 years of thought within a few hundred seconds for a quantum algorithm. Like there's a simulation of a classical brain that is thinking about some issue, and you can simulate like 1,000 years of thought of that brain in a few seconds via some quantum algorithm.
Yeah.
So that algorithm is going to go through all of the stages that a normal human does in thinking about these things anyway. So, like, there's no shortcut to answers without going through the normal human way of thought. And it's not because the normal human way of thought is particularly human, it's because it's particularly thoughtful. And what I mean by that is that there is a special property to, like, thinking. Alright, that's a bad way to explain it. Let me step back. We start from a lot of advantages in terms of how we think. And so if we think about a problem like how do we resolve this conflict between two tribes, something like that. There's some conflict, how do we resolve it? When we think about that, the amount of things that we take into consideration, like there's a huge library. The ability for an artificial intelligence to replicate a human in this task. I mean, so firstly, it's something that, like, academic sort of artificial intelligence doesn't understand, but that our best understanding of this is that basically the way to do it is that the thought individual that's coming up with this solution, this program, this whatever, it has to go through similar development cycles to a human. And that's not because humans are special, it's because the development cycles are special. It's because any intelligent body has to go through these sort of prerequisite things in order to come to some reasonable way of dealing about the universe. Like you can't have just arbitrary aliens that deal with the universe in arbitrary ways. Like they have to have some basis for dealing with reality, and it's inevitable that any beings that are trying to interpret the universe are going to come up with similar ways to interpret it, because they're the ways that make sense. So
Which is the same logic that if we encounter another alien race, we'll encounter that they might have different symbols for math, but they will essentially be still math.
Yes. So convergence is exactly this. Is that intelligent beings converge on solution, and we see this in human civilization as well. In terms of we have two independent cultures, they have independent thought practices, and yet they end up converging on a single solution with entirely different backgrounds. And there's the big question of who invented it, which is really not that important in this situation. The point is that it was inevitable that to progress in the path of truth, or to ascertain truth, or to move towards it, however you want to put it, to become more correct, more adequate in describing the world, we had to converge on a single solution.
Which is why, like, for example, mathematics is said to be discovered, not invented.
Yes, and I also, for similar reasons, also very strongly disagree with that. I think that everyone who comes up with something new in mathematics is inventing.
They have
and it has to be inventing.
Yeah.
The fact that to say that it's discovered is just to take away the fact that all inventions are pre-discovered by the laws of the universe, like the laws of physics.
Yeah.
Which I don't think adds anything to our culture. So I think it's better to just recognize people for discovering stuff.
They are the person who found it, but it was already there, but they were the person who finally pulled it out. This is completely broken my brain. I'm gonna go to bed. Alright, see you later, Astra.
So I don't think there's any difference between those two views, by the way, like in terms of, oh, I just found it versus I discovered something, is because, so if you think about what did you discover, that can only ever be in terms of like the laws of the universe and the foundations within which you discover stuff.
Yeah, it's already always been there, regardless of what field it's in.
So here's a good way to put it that's maybe relatable to our viewers. So I recently found out a way to pause ghosts without the stutter. Right. Did I discover this? Or because it was actually a hidden thing in Nadeo code, did I just rediscover it type thing? Or did I invent it versus discovery, etc.? There's no good answer, I feel like, for that.
Yeah, even if they use base 7, we would still be able to understand it. If they have 7 fingers on their hands, because that's really where base 10 comes from, because we have 10 fingers. If we were able to realize that that was because they had base 7, we would be able to read it. We'd be able to understand what it was. It's still math.
So, yeah, so what if you don't know what base they use, or you don't know what base they use for each digit? So, and then there's a puzzle solving process in that you have all the rules necessary to solve a puzzle that you already know. Like, you know how to convert any digit of any base. But you have this new number system, this new civilization or whatever, that does an encoding in a weird way that doesn't make any sense to what you know, except that you have all the tools to solve it. So I think, in that sense, when you figure out that problem, are you inventing the solution or discovering? And I think the answer is both. Like, you have to invent it in terms of, to have the solution, because you didn't read it from anywhere. Like, if you came up with a solution, then you must have invented it, because that implies creation, and it doesn't matter if someone's created it before. it's still creation if you don't know the answer in advance.
It's like the first time that I was ever invented as an element in math. We knew there was a problem that we didn't know how to solve, and we created something to solve it, and everything sort of became available after that. But it was always there. It's just it became more of as an option to how to take math to the next level.
Until it had been like specified or things, it was just invisible.
Just
but also,
like algebra the first time.
Yep. Yep. The way you introduced I in that component though was anyway, it was funny taking that out of context, which now I can't repeat.
I have kids who, like, occasionally I show them and I show them that everything that they know is like is less than what is really there, and they go, well, why do we do this? I mean, you have the same thing. Why do we have letters in math? And it's because it makes math better. And kids go, why is letters in math better? Well, because it makes you able to do math easier in the long run. You've just got to understand that you can do the same thing with letters as you can do with numbers. And you're fine.
Yeah, I feel like there's maybe a deeper answer there, but I'm not sure it's relevant in every context. Like, the ability to replace arbitrary elements of relationships so that you can maintain the meaning of relationships even if the outcome is different over a variety of inputs is really valuable.
Well, I remember when I was with my ex, we were both math teachers. She was the head of maths at the school I was teaching at, and we were talking about algebra and we were talking about different math regularly. And we had at the time, she was a daughter that was 5 years old, and one day she said to us, "What is this algebra that you keep talking about? Like, what is this thing that you talk about all the time?" And so I said to her, "Okay, what's 2a plus 3a?" And she looked at me like, "What the hell are you talking about?" Like that the traditional what is algebra look. And I said, "Okay, what's 2a, 2 apples plus 3 apples?" And she went, 5 apples. Of course it is. And I said, "That's algebra. So, what's 2a plus 3a?" And she immediately said, 5a. And I said,
Yep.
"You now know algebra." And she's like, "That's it?" "Yeah, that's it."
I mean, with the extra universe that comes along with it, like, that you can't do with apples, but otherwise I agree.
Yeah. And
It's like,
so
what
all of a
happens when you
sudden,
make apples mathematical objects instead
Yeah.
of normal objects?
This-
And that's yep.
this 5-year-old understood algebra because she understood apples. And it's like, well, if you understand that, you can do all algebra, really. And then, like, this week, I've been teaching my year 9s standard form. And so some of them have all of a sudden realized it's a really easy way to times like big numbers and small numbers together, which is cool. That is one use for it. But also, some of my kids have suddenly realized, wait, why have I got 1.56 and they're trying to turn it into standard form? And they go, wait, it's times by 10 to the power of 0?
Primary control of critical vehicle function.
Huh. That means that 10 to the power of 0 equals 1. And they suddenly go, oh, that means that anything to the power of 0 equals 1. And suddenly you've just taken them from like year 9 math to like year 11 math, and they've gained a deeper understanding of how exponents work through learning how to do standard form. It's quite cool. Do I get all those kids to get that? Hell no. But if some of them do, I've gained success. Oh, I mean, T entry. If I told that year 5s, or, well, if I told year 1s that you don't need addition, you don't need subtraction, and you don't need division, that you can do it without addition, well, you can do it with addition, and you can do it with multiplication, you would have a whole lot of year 1s go, I hate math. Because addition is the same as subtraction, because a subtraction is the same as taking away a negative number. So I add -2 to a number, it's the same as taking away. So I don't need subtraction. It doesn't need to be a mathematical operation. If I times by a half, it's the same as multiplying. Sorry, if I multiply by half, it's the same as dividing by 2. So I don't need division. I just times by the reciprocal. So I don't need division. I only need multiplication. If I told that to a year 1, they would look at me and go, I hate math. But for the same reason, in science, we talk about atoms being this thing which is filled with protons and neutrons, with electrons flying around it. And that's how we teach science. It's not true, but that's how we make it work.
So I feel like that. I think the electrons flying around the atom thing is maybe not anymore, but I'm not sure. I hope it's not, or at least told with the caveat. But
Well, we don't really know, do we?
no, we're pretty sure about a bunch of stuff. So pretty sure it doesn't work like orbitals of planets, for example.
Well, we essentially know that it's quantum and that they can be anywhere they want to fucking be, and
Well, they can't be anywhere they want to be. They have to be within various probability things. And moreover, this. So, here's the way I describe the limits of this: is that the limits of where quantum particles end up being are exactly the limits where, like a multiverse theory predicts that the bounds will be.
yeah.
So you can't go beyond the bounds of that. Anyway, by the way, the multiverse theory is, like Everett's many worlds, is the only way that I think quantum physics makes sense. And once you understand it, it's like amazing in the simplicity that it provides, and it cuts through so much bullshit that is common knowledge about quantum physics, I guess. Like about how it's hard to understand and stuff like that. Like, yes, there's things that are complex, but the typical unintuitive nature, I think, is a bit of a fabrication. It's just a misunderstanding of how to interpret the results.
But the whole thing about teaching is the whole point, really, the reason why I talked about like the globe of the nucleus of a atom and the electrons is because it's an easy way to show how at high school level you get taught a model, and after a time you realize the model was almost a lie. That's not how actually things work, but it's a good way to understand how things work, so when you get to the next step you can go, there's more. And it's the same with math. You learn something and then you get to the next step and go, wait, there's more? Oh.
I mean, to be honest, I feel like that's a bit of a cop-out on the part of educators. In that, like, I agree that there are cases where you don't, like, want to expose someone to the full theory, but I think that a lot of it is sort of done to avoid answering questions earlier.
Oh.
On in the...
If I have an able student who is above where they should be, the very first thing I do is I expose them to what they can. I don't hide it from them. I take them right there, and if it hurts their brain, the able student will go, holy shit, and they will go that next step. And it's a very good way of knowing that they are capable of doing it, rather than going hiding from it and going, okay, that's too much. I'm gonna chuck myself in my blanket and I'm gonna hide from that for a while. That was too much. It's a really good litmus test.
I agree in terms of students.
Also, I actually talked to Queen today about how I was hitting Queen maps, and we've just hit one.
So we have. I'll put more effort into it.
Yeah, because it's actually a decent map.
Well, I mean, it's pretty...
They did
It's a bit of cackle at the start.
They did apologize for me hitting their maps, I have to say that much.
He's like, oh, cool, but sorry. At the same
Yeah,
time.
I'm so sorry you're hitting my maps. That 38 time is pretty decent. I mean, TN I'd like to think I have pretty good sub emotes. I know you're not subbed, but I like to think I have pretty good sub emotes.
Sorry, I'll just see.
How would I know? Whoa. Well, for a start, here they are. Yeah, Mal's going, come on. Citrop, thank you very much.
Also, I just wanted to... I don't know if the chicken boy is here, but I just wanted to say, like a good old up yours in terms of the gift sub count.
Yeah, you're making it just one more.
Gotta get that one up. Over him.
Yeah, I think Chicken Boy and Rhett are the only two people who could be the first people to have a 12-year sub at the moment. Not 12-year. 12
year?
12,
Wow!
12
Like, I've been
months.
streaming since
Yeah.
2012.
12
That's
months.
2013 maybe? Like, who knows?
Jesus.
Man, you prepared for TMX early. That's all I can say.
Yeah, clearly.
I want to see your 8 years of test runs on the
It's
TMX exchange.
taken so long that I am so shit at the game that it's taken me 12 years to be good this good, folks. Yeah, no, 18th of November will be the 1 year anniversary. So, what are we at? We're at October the 15th in New Zealand at the moment. So we're 1 month and 3 days away from me being 1 year of streaming. Yeah. Say one thing, mean another. Holy shit.
No, sorry, I'm laughing because I'm thinking of like in terms of a year's difference between problem and rectification. So I gave this up to Teen Tree, but it was the wrong Teen Tree.
What did you do?
I'm pretty sure that's how it works. I mean, Teen Tree can confirm. But
I can't even understand what you're saying at the moment because you're laughing so much.
sorry. I tried to gift a sub to Teen Tree, except I didn't gift it to that Twitch user. I gifted it to a similarly named Twitch user, and so Teen Tree is still subless.
Oh no! It's a lowercase.
It's so I think it's the what do you call it, the underscore. Okay, we should be rectified now.
I was about to give him one just to make up for it, but you beat me to it.
No, that's my fault, my cost. That's all good.
There's gonna be a random TM somewhere in the nether going, who the hell is this Lakata NZ and why do I have a sub to them?
So, I mean, I feel like the Twitch user Bob has already experienced that now.
Why did you not just right click on them?
Because I don't know, I'm not an experienced Twitch gift subber.
Okay, so you have 150 open planet mods going on at the time, but you don't have the ability to right click on somebody while they're watching a stream. I get it.
Just not to know the UI. I don't know the ins and outs. It's you click on a button and it's like you want to gift a specific user, you type in Teen Tree and it comes up with a person. It's like, yeah, their thing is a different color, but it's like, hey, I don't know how Twitch works. There's no avatar anyway, so may as well. Let's go.
To be fair, I have rated Spoda _1 twice.
Yes, the wrong Spoda. Non underscore.
Yeah, 1 underscore, and he's got 2 underscores. And we've rated this guy who doesn't exist or never streams twice. And I've taken like 50 people to the stream with nobody and not noticed it.
All I know is that as soon as I start streaming, the only person I'm gonna raid is Lakanta _.
I don't have an underscore.
Get in quick while you can if you want chat. To be honest, this is like a pretty terrible problem with Twitch discovery and stuff.
I don't
Like
think there are any other Lakantas.
Well, there will be after this. I'm gonna raid them. And so if you create a chat, then... Well, no.
LAK, and all of a sudden it shows up, yeah.
I mean, I only thought there was one BMX 22C, but now there's a BMX 23C, a BMX C24, and many other things. So the predictability of the Trackmania naming community is it's not great.
Yeah. Why the hell am I still playing this? Next!
Do you need more people to type 1? I don't even think I've started this.
I don't think... Oh,
We're just chatting.
yeah. Immediate ones. $21. Lakanta AU. Oh, that I don't know why, given the origin of the word Lakanta, but that hurts me. The Contra is actually American Indian. And yet, LeConte AU somehow hurts.
Yes, I don't know what you have against the Contra you, but I think he's a really great guy.
I'm sure he'd be a great guy. He might be slightly crazy because he's like playing every map in order backwards, but... Welcome to... Ooh, I got close. Hey, checkpoint 1. Checkpoint 2. 3. Also known as what the hell am I playing? There's the finish. I mean... Oh no. Wait, what? It was in my playlist already? Why is it playing if... Did you like it? Why is Aeons playing? Oh, you requested it. No, Carnival is just a very good band, and I am aware, right? I'm aware that they're a good band.
Did anyone happen to see, about 10 years ago, a film called Indie Game the Movie?
Indie Games the movie? No.
Yeah. So, it was primarily about Fez, whatever Jonathan Blow was working on at the time, and at least one other plugin. Not plugin, indie games. It was really good though, and it had a banger soundtrack, absolutely banger. But it was, so I think it probably started around 2013 or so, and it was came together a few years later, maybe earlier than that, maybe 3 years earlier than that. But it was really good, and so it was one of the only documentaries that we have, high quality documentaries we have about the indie video game development at that time. This is sort of the, I'd say the 2010 to 2014 period, from memory. Fez is a good example of when it. The Jonathan Blow example was of course Braid, which is such an excellent. Lacante, have you ever played Braid?
Yep.
Okay, good, because that is such a. I feel like that's such an iconic game in terms of gaming history, but it's a niche game in that same regard, but it's so. There's a lot of stuff that is hard to reinvent when you have 30 years of gaming legacy before you, like i.e. a platformer. And yet Braid managed to come up with unique things after 30 years, and it was really, really fun to play.
I'm gonna put in an appropriate song, by the way. I've just put in the song Computer Games. I don't know if you know this song. But yes, Braid was very good.
I don't think I recognize the song.
You'll know once you hear it. It's actually, I think it's Kiwi. I have a lot of kids who tell me, oh, why didn't you play like, why didn't you play like Fortnite, and why didn't you play like the common games? And one of the things I say is I don't play the modern games that have low graphics because they have low graphics. And that's not completely true. Part of the reason I don't play those is because I grew up in that generation where they were the norm.
When you say low graphics, do you mean like the visual style of like old graphics?
Yeah, 100%. So I grew when I first played games, I grew up in games which used letters and numbers. ASCII. And that's all there was. Like, you would be literally a character that was a letter running around a maze being chased by numbers.
This is old MUDs.
Yeah.
Like that sort of thing. Like on Atari 2600s.
100%, and Commodore 64s, and even some of the early, like, Amiga 500s. That's what...
well, Amiga 500s are definitely the... Anyway, sorry, not to disrupt the flow, but seriously, the Amiga 500 is the hero of that age.
Oh, 100%. Like, the Amiga 500 is the PC that I grew up with. And when I was about 13 or 14, one of my high school mates bought an IBM. And I told him, your parents are nuts. Why would you buy an IBM? Amigas are the future. And about 5 years later, we had PCs. But computer games.
So I have an interesting anecdote with regards to Amiga 500s. I've never bought one. However, I own 4, I think. Because it's about 15 years ago, my old English teacher in like middle high school was cleaning out a garage and needed to get rid of a bunch of stuff. And I was like the technical kid in the class. And so she was like, do you want these old Amiga things? Anyway, and it was like 4 full-sized removalist boxes type thing. Like a meter and a bit high and like half a meter wide in each dimension. And some of these were like, some of it was crap, but particularly monitors ended up being a lot of the crap. But there were 4 plus Amiga 500s that were totally functional with expansion stuff, by the way, and also a whole bunch of I guess shoe boxes full of floppy disks, and 98% of the floppy disks were all pirated stuff. Like, it was all handwritten whatever from 20 years ago about the Office suite that was pirated, or there's a whole bunch of game cracking scene demo discs that are a part of it, like Fairlight and stuff from like 1989.
Oh my god. If you look through that and you found me like Zool 2, Adam's Family, games like that for Amiga, I would pay you to happily go back and do them again. Oh my god. Populous 2 on the Amiga. I would pay you to do them again.
So I have no idea about inventory, but I'd basically send you whatever I have, like if it's practical and affordable, because it's not like I have no intentions of preserving this stuff or whatever else. It's just mostly fun that I have it for.
The crazy thing is this. At that point with Amiga, you could not make a game that was not fun. Because everything had shit graphics. Everything had shit graphics. So the only way you could sell a game that was really successful was to have a really good, solid game.
Yep.
The other thing, one of the last games, unironically, one of the last games that I really, what's the way of putting it? I didn't just finish, but I nailed, and I absolutely got like really, really, really good at, was Adam's Family platformer game on the Amiga 500. I will shit you not, I finished this thing with about 85 lives, and it was a platformer, and it was harder than Crash Bandicoot. So I basically went through this thing and learned how to do every step in exactly the right thing when I was about 14 years old, and just got really, really good at pressing the right button at the right time.
So, I have to say, LeCounter, that's pretty impressive, but I want to offer you a challenge, which is, I need someone to help me figure out how to speedrun The Ultimate Haunted House by Garen Wilson's, I think a 1994 game.
Oh no.
On floppy disk.
Is it like Haunted House or something like? Oh no.
So it's a great game. It's so there's many unique encounters you can have. There's Frankenstein. There's other things, but there is no speedrunning guide online, but it is definitely speedrunnable. And to be honest, it's sat at the depths of my heart as for the last 4 years. Maybe not 4 years, a little bit less. But as an unsolved mystery of the gaming community.
Let's see if I can show you what Adam's Family Amiga looked like, and I'll see if I can show you what I'm talking about.
To be honest, while you find that, so I imagine that the Amiga 500 version of whatever Adam's Family thing you show me is going to be more basic. But I'll at the same time I'll find a video of The Ultimate Haunted House.
Here you go, folks. If you want to have a look at what I'm talking about, it's the last game that I Omega lolled the entire game and got to the point that I could play it with in my sleep. That's the last game I did it. Oh god. We will look. We will look. Okay, there's safe finishes on the edge of this. Some of my... What? Some of the eyes... Some of the keys may not work right.
It might have something to do with my intoxication.
Oh my god, look at these graphics.
Oh, yeah.
So this looks like a click on things in the right order and things happen. Why is this hard?
Yes, so it's hard because, so if you do things in the wrong order, it doesn't work, and you have to assemble like 12 or 13 keys over the period of the thing, and multiple avenues just lead to death.
Okay.
So it's not at all straightforward, and yeah, that's basically it. Is no one's mapped out a, or maybe they have now, but path for how do I get from beginning to end reliably.
So
There's lots of strategies about various events within the thing that I found, but yeah.
Whereas if you look at like the Addams Family, it's all about platforming. So it's jumping at the right time all the time.
Yeah, this is the other end of the spectrum for sure.
So I learned the timing and the pressing and...
The thing that I remember most about this is just the intro thing that I was working in a lab late one night. And so I feel like that would just always send me into a like a little memory spiral about it.
What do you use your left control for, Tree? The left click is very much a problem, but left control, maybe not. Breaking. Respawn? Rebind!
Recanter, have you ever heard that song about like the Monster Mash song?
Oh, yes, it's in my playlist.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Alright, let me mute you on Discord and unmute you on the stream.
I have it in my playlist. I'll put it on as the next song to play. Monster Mash. Let's do the Monster Mash.
So this is like the theme song for the DOS game that I used to play.
Where is it? Monster Mash by Boris Pickett.
I imagine there's not more than one, so.
Well, it might have been. It might have been copied by people.
If it says "Let's do the mash," then it's the right one.
This one.
It sounds very melancholy, to be honest.
It's quite old.
Like, let me Google the Spotify.
Well, it's on for the next song that comes up on my playlist.
Oh, okay, it's not active at the moment. That makes sense.
I'm not going to skip past this song.
I mean, it's fair. I respect the decision, but ultimately, I question your judgment.
Well, I have seen Manchester Orchestra live, and they're one of my favorite bands. So,
If anyone's wondering, this is why you shouldn't
shouldn't rip into a guy's taste in music.
No, I was gonna say you shouldn't vote for the counter in the 2024 election because it's indecisive.
I'm not indecisive. I've already put it there. Manchester Orchestra is good.
Well, that's fair enough. I have no objection then. So, everyone vote for the counter in the 2024 Prime Ministerial election.
The good thing that you can't vote for me because it's not for another 2 years after that you can.
Right, yeah. In New Zealand, if you lodge your ballot 2 years early, it counts for twice as much.
What the hell are you reading? Or what are you saying? Or is the alcohol impeding you that much?
Combination. Just manipulating the typical electorate. What do you call it? Like, I don't know, government responses or things.
Electoral results.
Yes, electoral.
Electoral, not electric, not electric. Electoral.
Well, I mean, electrical results are another thing. You can combine them with electoral results if you want. There is,
Okay.
of course, an increased price for my fee for combining fireworks with such a display, but I'm sure that anyway, I don't... I'm just gonna abandon the
Next.
facade at this point. Pretty much, I pressed 1 on my own bullshit.
This is the song you wanted, right?
I need to turn things back on.
Hey, I think both myself and Zertrov are quite drunk at the moment. I'm suspecting that Zertrov is a little bit more drunk than I thought when we started.
Yes, this is the song. Took me a while.
It is the Monster Mash. Not as drunk this time. Last stream, the streamer wasn't drunk. Who were you watching? Because it wasn't me. Was it Tyler? Because he would have been drunk too. Kimmy? Oh yeah, they weren't drunk. Clearly. Last. God, I don't know how Tyler actually manages it, to be honest. Monster Mash. Still last. Oh, not last. There you go, there's the Monster Mash. Uno momento. Just getting a song up and going. There we go. 33.9, 23.9. Nice. Second in the world. Hadn't even realized that Alcon was involved. .06. Jesus, he's fast. 23. You see a cut. Ooh, okay. Have you got any projects on the go at the moment, Zertrov? What are you working on at the moment?
Mostly just finishing this map.
Oh, yeah, you haven't finished it. Okay.
That's okay. There you go. 4 minutes 58. Sorry, just let me mute myself before I talk more.
So Zertrov is currently going for slowest possible time.
I'm consistent, at least.
You make me feel better about myself.
So I'm in a bind in that I know that I've enabled some audio feedback for myself, but it's very difficult to talk while I can hear myself on a 1 second delay. It takes incredible concentration to even say this, and I don't know what to do.
What have you been drinking?
Wine?
Oh. Fair. White or red?
White. It's been white for the last 6 years, or thereabouts.
How sweet?
Less sweet the better.
So Chardonnay?
I really like Chardonnay at the moment. Or for the last 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever.
Yeah, because I can't drink like Sauv Blanc or something. It's way too sweet.
Sauv Blanc is so awful. It's so, like, if you want a nice, like, so Pinot Grigio or something like that is at least nice in terms of not overly sweet but easily drinkable. Like Chardonnay can be a bit flavoursome, but Sauv Blanc is just like,
Lolly water?
yeah, exactly. I mean, not all of it is. Like, that's the
No,
thing
yeah.
as well.
But you gotta find it.
Yep. Needle in a haystack.
I'm drinking a red right now, but I've been drinking a lot of Chardonnay lately, just purely because you know that you're getting what you wanted. What am I drinking with my gears? My gears are failing me, is what's happening with my gears. They are not doing what I want to do.
The correct answer is that LeCantre is drinking cement with his beers.
Shut up!
I can't even hear them, but I know the answer.
I'm ahead of you, aren't I? I've got 27 seconds, and you've got 4 minutes 58.
I can't well fix it now, can I? I have to respawn. Don't ruin the time.
What? So you can get 1 minute 58?
Well, I don't know, I tried and immediately I went the wrong way. That's according to the arrow. So, fun fact, if you just wiggle back and forward enough, then it slows you down so that you don't need to worry about actually being good. You can just rely on your slowness. And you have enough time to react to the corners. Get the proper racing line.
Yeah, okay, next map. Centrov, you're stuck with being, the time ahead of you is 39 seconds. Oh no. There'll be someone come into this map someday and go, what? I'm second to last? Uh-oh. Pipes! 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 Don't fall off! I fell off. Why has that pipe got a tree growing out of it? Bobzilla, thank you very much for the follow. Something of that I must be doing right now is still enjoyable.
Out of all of the transitions, I must say the unexpected pipe transition is possibly my favorite.
Yeah. Hey, pipes! At least it's into water.
We might be on different pipe transitions. Oh,
What?
you're at the end of the one that I'm
You
talking
can't enter it?
about. Yeah, no, I'm at the start.
Oh. Ah, shit. Wait. You were saying that on my second run. Was that your first run on it?
I'm not sure. Are we talking about the current map? I haven't
Yeah.
finished the run yet.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm finishing now, apparently.
Did you download that plugin which made the whole Trek Mania go like at Rialto
No,
at Rialto speed?
I was like AFK for 40 seconds before I did anything.
Rialto speed.
I was busy
Uh,
providing content.
yeah, okay. Rialto speed. We now need a plugin which is Rialto speed. Not Riolo speed so we don't piss him off if he's still there as Bob whatever he is. But Rialto speed.
Really? Sorry, give me a minute.
Okay, it's Steam Stream in the city.
Anyway, I feel like Rialto Speed would be the ultimate plugin for basically obvious reasons that I didn't explain to chat. So I'll explain. I won't explain anything. I'll just assume that it's already guaranteed, and I'll publish it tomorrow. It'll just be called Rialto Speed, and I expect you all to
Download it.
immediately.
And everyone will go, why are these guys so slow?
It would be so much funnier if anyone was actually taught this this method, or like anyone actually downloaded it legitimately, looking for like a crack or training or things like that. But there won't be.
Anyone gets downloaded playing it and goes, why are your time so slow? Because I'm playing Rialto speed. Oh. I'm sorry. Not your band. I'm sorry.
That entire thread is just going to be Zertro apologizing for releasing this plugin. Like,
I didn't mean to. I didn't know it caused so much harm.
well, no, I meant to release it, but I was so wrong, or something or other. But yeah.
I thought the player community realized it was a joke. Oh my god, Zetrov, 2 minutes. Come on, at least get sub 2.
I've just set FK for 3 minutes, so I need to. Oh, and then I respawn and I'm at 3 minutes already. Alright, I'll give it one go. One go.
One go. You got it. You got it.
Well, not that go. The next go. This is
The run.
I was gonna say I was more gonna comment on my state of intoxication rather than the state of the run, but I suppose at some point we can call this the run once I get over that hump.
There you go.
Oh my gosh. I could just go up the side. That would be way easier. There we go. Wow.
On the plus side, you do make me look good.
That wasn't one of my goals. However, I'm glad to know that it works in this limited situation.
I mean, I'm 1.5 times faster than you at the moment.
I can't even get on the first CP without turtling.
The first CP?
Yeah, I don't know if you're specking me, but that's what I'm stuck on at the moment.
Okay, I'm watching you now.
Like, also don't wait for me if you don't want.
No, I have to watch you now.
There we go, pass. There we go. Yes, that's a sick
What?
transition.
Into water? But thankfully it's dirt,
Look
so
at that.
you're dry.
Yeah, I knew that all along. That was part of the plan.
And he's going
was-
full speed into the pipe. Double respawn time.
That's pipes. They exist. I'm still
Double respawn.
good thinking. Me. Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, Fred.
Okay.
It's all gone.
It's you restarted. Well done.
Yep. No, I'm not. I'm not going back again.
Okay.
That's.
Are we
it's left to the
moving on?
lists. Yep, we're moving on. It's meant to be a 1. We know it's a 1. I mean, unless anyone's has.
No, they were all waiting for you.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm sorry, everyone.
To be fair,
That was what that ended up with.
if we get a full speed map, I'm just watching you.
If we get a full speed map, I'm totally going for it. I mean, I'm still terrible at full speed maps, but
At least
would
it'd
be
be
fun.
funny to watch.
I'm sure that I'd be coherent enough to put together
Oh, it's
a
not full
decent record.
speed.
But I can full speed it.
That's all you're doing at the moment. Okay, we're watching him for his first run. Come on, Test Drive Discovery.
Yep, that's a wall.
Yep,
It's
yep. That's the way.
so far, things aren't going. I mean,
as intended.
look, I'll put it this way: when I prepare a pack for investors, this won't be one of the highlighted case studies.
So this won't be put in your CV?
Basically, yes. I mean, it'll be there. It'll just be as a footnote, as one of the.
I'm a good time. Hang out with me, and we'll enjoy each other's company.
What is this ending?
It's
Okay.
shit with poles. To be fair, you know the plastic like left to right that you failed at repeatedly.
Oh,
I just
which
did
one
that.
do you mean?
I just did that.
Oh gosh. I've got to say, this level does not have the best signs.
The level.
The map.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm saying level, but I mean the map. It's like a level if we were a platformer.
It's a little bit like a level. It's just the only reason I don't like saying level is that means I've played 33,600 levels. And I'm still crap.
Yeah, but if you're gonna be crap anyway, it doesn't really matter what the number is, right?
Yeah. Shh.
I've come to terms with this a long time ago. I actually just started having my you know, the like TM trophy rankings thing.
Yep.
It's like decreased for the first time. Well, I mean, maybe it's decreased a little bit before, but it's decreased properly for the first time now. Because it's been, like, I've evidently, like, peaked in terms of my involvement this time last year versus my involvement now. Not in an absolute sense, of course, but in terms of, like, cup of the day or whatever else. Or campaign.
My cup of the day is actually improving.
I mean, to be honest, Wakanda, this really doesn't surprise me.
Why do you say that?
Oh, I'm just being facetious at this point. Like, it's...
So
it
you're
means
letting the
insane.
wine speak, right?
Pretty much. Is,
Uh,
I'm taking the piss at that point, but
oh, all right.
but I'm legitimately not surprised that you've improved. In that playing as much as you have, I would expect.
Okay.
That you learn some things.
You can watch stream for a moment, okay? I'm sure you can cope with that. Yeah?
Mm.
Yeah? Okay. Here's this month. Can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
What are the medals?
To be honest, I see mostly silver.
Yeah, and
There are some non-silver ones. I'm not exactly sure. I mean,
what are
I've
these?
tried to figure out what they are, but they're a bit foreign to me.
They're a bit foreign to you. Is that because you don't acquire them?
I'm just gonna give up. So yeah, so you got mostly golds.
A gold and silver, okay?
Yeah, okay, so it looks like 60-ish% silvers.
Yeah.
That's more silvers and some bronzes. There definitely seems to be a trend.
Trend to more golds and silvers. Slowly.
Well, I mean, if we're going in the direction that you're going, then it's the exact
Okay.
opposite. But
So we're going backwards in time. So here is my last bronze. July 2023. It's because I don't hunt them flying. Whoa, now look. Bronze, 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 bronze. No medal.
I wish you could hear my sound card at the moment where it's just bronze, 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 bronze. But played from like 4 different audio samples at the same time.
And suddenly it was the release date of Trackmania 2020 on consoles, and you go, AT, 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 AT.
And you go AT, 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 AT.
Yeah.
I feel like actually the repetition of sound bites in this conversation has been a perfect analogy for the console release. Is you go from gold, 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 gold to AT, 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 AT.
But I will say this: if we look at the campaign, I haven't bothered hunting it because I haven't got these two. But if you have a look, in the first 13 maps, in like about 2 hours of play, I got 10 ATs. I got them real quick. Like I didn't even hunt. But if you go backwards, here, I have similar, but that took me more time. And then
I agree. The
one
old
more
campaigns
back.
seemed harder.
5 at the start, 2 more. I wouldn't have got author time car here. 1 more back. Didn't even get like ATs on, and I've got silvers on like all of these. So I've definitely improved. Anyway, that was the point. We're getting better. And also I hunt a little bit more. A little bit more. And Flying Lobster's going, what do you mean? Not even 1 author. You're not hunting it. Yeah, I'm sorry. But I will say this. In the last week of Cup of the Days, the author times have been a lot more hunted. All of a sudden, people have hunted them a lot more, and they're getting into Cup of the Day, and people are allowed to hunt a lot more. It's definitely been a change in how Cup of the Days have been allowed to be done. You want world record so bad? Where are we at? 20.6. Ooh, alright. I am not skipping map then. Giving you a bit of time. Why am I doing your mistakes, Zertrov?
Well, I mean, you see what I did, and I'm just such an influential car on you that you can't help but by replicating my steering inputs.
I'm glad you didn't just say, well, you're drunk too.
That would require acknowledging that I'm drunk.
But you are.
Perhaps that's just your opinion. I guess.
Chat, is Zertrov drunk?
Please don't answer that. Just say LeConte's.
Nah, clueless.
Yep. I can't come up with anything else. Just say LeConte's great, and we'll just go with that.
Drake says wasted.
Trying to get up from the chair and sometimes failing, so I think that's. But when I put my hands on the table, it works out well. So
Yeah, the world doesn't spin too much when you put your hands on the table.
That's why it's called a staple.
A staple. What the table is?
Yep.
It stays where it's supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, some of the letters are common. Surely that's not a coincidence.
It's the constant rather than the variable.
To be honest, I'm not really sure. Except that I know that it's constant right now.
I turn into math and he immediately understands. What? Why did this mapper decide that he wanted to do this with poles at the end?
That's actually a really interesting question because I asked this mapper for this exact question. Unfortunately, they never responded to my email, so I don't have an answer for you.
I was gonna say, you know Lightrick? Wow.
Well, if they responded, yes, I would.
This is pretty educational content though. To who? To those who say don't drink alcohol, this is what it does to your brain? Or to those who want to know a little bit of math?
Well, to be
Or
honest,
computer
Natasha,
science?
I'm a bit disappointed with you rather, not into you. That would
Into
be a
you,
weird
yeah.
disappointment. But I'm disappointed with you because, of course, the question is to whom would this be? I don't even know how the question you originally phrased, but basically it was wrong because you used whom in the wrong way. I can't remember.
Okay. What question are you inferring is poor?
So, well, I don't know. Can I clip it? I need to run back to the computer and I can press Alt-X. And then I can finally deliver a
Answer the
transcript where I can
question.
prove my... I gotta say, chat, I'm really, like...
Zertrov is struggling to even
Stretching-
say anything right now.
So I just want to point out, you mentioned to those who want to know a little bit of maths. To be honest, I think alcohol is a great way to know a little bit of maths.
Okay.
If you want to know anything more than a little bit of maths, then alcohol should be avoided. But if you only want to know a little bit of maths, then alcohol is great.
What? Because the percentages and the like.
Well, no, you can't remember much.
Cause you forget the rest.
Well, no, that's the entire proof. But in the spirit of things, yes.
I mean, to be fair, alcohol is a certain proof, right? I'm glad you found that funny. It's a very, very bad dad joke.
Too many puns in this conversation.
Yeah. I think, Sertrov, we might be getting clipped more than we have been for a very long time tonight.
Maybe. So, I'm trying to find all of the windows to figure out which things are doing what at what time. So, I guess in terms of clip potential, it's possibly the most ripe time. But like ripe fruit, maybe it's crap.
It's crap. Well, it could be Windows 11 or Windows ME or something, and then it's definitely crap.
So, look, I don't appreciate you bringing up Windows ME in this context. Windows ME was, I think, a pretty good release. I liked it, I enjoyed it, I used it for many years, and I didn't have many crashes. I have less crashes with Windows ME than I have with Trackmania 2020. So, I'm okay with Windows ME.
Holy shit, I just sobered up Sertrov in one moment.
Suddenly, I'm ready to lawyer in defense
Suddenly he's
of
sober.
something.
I say Windows ME and Sertrov sober.
Look, I just like to take care of the disadvantaged members of the internet community, Windows ME being the primary constituent of that population.
I remember coming back from Australia, where I worked in the casinos, and I came back, and my parents gave me a computer, and they said, "Hey, welcome back to New Zealand. I know you're broke, but here's a computer so you can do stuff on the internet." And I went, "Okay, thank you. It's free." And it had Windows ME on it, and it was 10 years old. And I tried to play World of Warcraft, and I could play it by running around Stormwind, looking at the ground, and running at 2 frames per second. With the integrated with the integrated card. And for about 2 years after that, I didn't play video games.
To be honest, I feel like with the integrated video card, you might have even set some records with that.
Yeah. It wasn't the fact that it was Windows ME, it was the fact that it was an integrated videos card on ME.
I'm not sure the ME was really that. I mean, to be honest, I'm probably just an ME simp, like left from the year 2002 or whatever it happened, but I don't remember ME as that bad.
Yeah. It wasn't good. It may not have been bad, but it wasn't good.
Maybe I just hadn't experienced the wonder that was Windows 98 at that point.
Windows 98 comparatively was actually alright. Killdrake. What are you creating, Killdrake? Masterpieces. Oh dear. Well, are you a member of the Discord? Because you can post them there. And I will, if they're great, I will share them with the world. This is a very personal question, Zertrop, but how old are you?
Early 30s.
Okay. So you were a child when 9/11 happened, right?
Yeah, I was under 10. I remember waking up and wondering why Cheese TV wasn't on.
Okay. So I was at university at the time, and I was playing Diablo 2 and currently leveling my paladin on the ladder from 90 to 99/100. And I think I was about 95 or 96 at the time when I remember...
To be honest, you've done really well for your age if you were 96 at that point.
My paladin was level 96 at that point.
Ah, I see.
And all the Americans in the chat were all of a sudden start freaking out and saying, "Turn on the TV, turn on the TV, turn on the TV." And so the only TV in my flat was in my flatmate's room that was out cold, asleep at about 2/3 o'clock in the morning. Because it was quite early in the morning in America.
Yep.
And so I woke up my flatmate to watch 9/11 on TV live. So I was one of those few New Zealanders that was actually awake to watch 9/11, because even then I had ridiculous hours that I stayed awake to play video games. Who knew?
Yeah. The I don't know. I remember that. So I woke up to a lot of kerfuffle that was not well organized,
Oh, it
and it
wasn't
took a
at
while
that
to
point,
figure
though.
out, yeah, what was actually.
Even happening.
Yeah, exactly. What was authoritative? What was the news source? What was the going on in any respect? But I knew I didn't get to watch Pokemon that morning.
I mean, most people here know that I spent COVID not in my country where I'm from. I was outside my country of birth and alone for all of COVID. That was not great.
I didn't know that. Where? I mean, I presume you mean outside New Zealand.
Yeah, I was in South Korea at the time.
Oh, jeez. For like a year? Like in terms of the.
Yeah, so I got to South Korea on the 25th of January 2020.
Really bad timing.
Yep. I decided I'd split up from my ex, and I spent about 3 months trying to get my teacher training and get everything so I could do English as a second language in South Korea. And I got to Korea, and I remember getting off the plane and getting to what is the word for it? Stamping the passport and everything.
The desk, the immigration desk.
Yeah, all of it, all of immigration, and looking around, and there were about 20 probably Koreans, and amongst a wave of Koreans. Every single Korean was wearing a face mask, and there were about 20 Koreans not wearing a face mask. Nice time, Susiwi. And so I had that one moment where I was like, oh, this is a bit different. And I spent a couple of days in Incheon, which is just outside Seoul, doing the touristy things and doing some like, this is how to be a teacher of English, and going, yeah, this isn't hard. When I was told by my school I had to come down to them, and so I did. A couple of hours south of Seoul, in a little place called Cheongju, which has a million people living in it, and then got told, okay, you need to jump on a plane and go to Japan and get your visa. And so I went for a week to Japan, and let's watch someone who's actually good at playing this map, eh? He's not playing. Shit. And so I went to Japan and got my visa, and then came back to Korea. And in the 2 weeks, well, the week that I've been there, all of a sudden, COVID had started to be a thing, and I was asked to have a week of isolation before teaching. And it was like, oh, whatever. I'll do that. That's another week where I don't get paid. See you later. Thank you very much for hanging out.
I think is bullshit on the part of educators, by the way.
Oh, it wasn't great. I was also very broke at the time, so another week of not getting paid was not great. And so between the week of being told you can't come and work and the week that I was going to work, COVID hit Korea. And COVID hit Korea about the same time as it hit Italy. And I'm not sure if you remember, but Italy and Korea were both hit about the same time as it hit that cruise ship. We were really early. And so I went from not being able to teach because I'm waiting in a quarantine to not being able to teach in a classroom because COVID had hit. So my first month of teaching in Korea was online to kids who didn't know me, didn't know anything, and I did all my teaching online. And needless to say, it wasn't a very good experience. But in Korea, the experience was this. If you went outside without a face mask on, you got fined $2,000. So you went outside with a face mask. But face masks were extremely rare and extremely hard to acquire. So for the first 3 months, I washed my face masks. Because I couldn't find enough. So I washed all the time. Because otherwise I'd get fined $2,000 to do it.
I do wonder how many people have been refunded their $2,000 now that face masks have been found ineffective.
Yeah, well, we'll leave that one alone, shall we?
Well, yeah, as most governments are doing, which of course leaves us in the predicament that we already found ourselves in, which is misinformation and... Anyway, you know the rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the other part of it was that when I was able to work, that I was always stuck teaching online to kids that I never taught. So they went wonderfully because I was teaching online. And also the school's policy was that every time they did a meeting, they'd speak for the first half an hour of the meeting in Korean, in Hangul, and then they would translate the same thing that just said in the Korean in English for the second half, which would be about 10 minutes. So every single day that I went to school, I had to listen to an hour of Korean in an English-speaking school on how to speak English to kids in Korean. And it was the most isolating, horrific experience. And we had to sign this contract which said that if we left early, we'd have to pay for all of our time for our rent for the coming months up front before we left.
That's... I mean... So there are issues before that ridiculous contract at the end, but... I'm just struggling to know how that can be even legal in...
Oh, yeah. Legally binding? But also, I was broke. Because I'd spent all my money going from
I don't
being...
mean legally binding, I mean court enforceable.
Yeah. But even if it's not court enforceable, do you take it to court to try to get any money out of them?
Well, the alternative is, of course, they take you to court to try and get money out of you, and they need to prove the...
Yeah.
But obviously, you don't want to be in that situation where you don't have to, like, you know, as in there's a big grey area, just staying clear of all of that. Any court issues are obviously better.
But I was stuck in a country that wasn't my own. So, regardless, it wasn't great. So, I did my contract. I met some cool people, I will say this much. And then I got the hell out.
Yep. And
came back. But did I come back with a lot of money? No. But I think if I hadn't have had a shit experience, I would still probably be in teaching English overseas. But I'm surprisingly not.
Well, I wouldn't say surprisingly. Like, I don't think English teachers were well treated by anyone during COVID. You know what I mean? Like, you sort of lost on the priority list.
Oh yeah. What made it worse is that during that time, the second wave of COVID hit Korea, and in the newspapers, it was said that it was caught from an English-speaking hogwon, which is another word for Korean English school. And so all foreigners who spoke in the country were blamed for taking COVID to South Korea for the second time. It turned out that it was a Korean who was teaching in a Korean school, who gave it to the students, but because of the initial news report, all foreigners in the country were looked on with concern. So it
Yep.
was
So
really
this is-
not a good time.
This is one of those things that strikes like every time, because with COVID we heard a lot, especially at the beginning, as far as I remember, the benefits of like things like Korea knows what to do in this situation. They've had this sort of thing, and they know that you wear masks and you do stuff, and it all comes under control. Like there was the early SARS stuff or the whatever else they had. It's a bit beside the point, but this was used as an excuse, and it was utter bullshit. Like the entire nothing that we were told about the way that this thing worked was true. So how could any of our decisions ever have been correct or informed? Basically.
The biggest problem was initially is that we were expected to wear face masks. They weren't available. The only way we could acquire them was going to a Korean national and asking for them to give us some face masks, because a international citizen couldn't go to a pharmacy and acquire them. We literally had to ask somebody to get them for us. Also, their response system was that we had to every single time that they had a case in the city, they sent out an emergency broadcast on the mobile phones, just like if you have a tsunami or you have an earthquake, except it was written in Korean, which is great if you're Korean. But I wasn't Korean. So every single message came through in Hangul. Holy shit, was it a scary time to be a foreign national in a country. Yeah, exactly. You had to have a national Korean provide you with a face mask so you could go outside. Also, we didn't shut down. We never had a lockdown in the entire time I was there. I worked every single day except for one. We had 1 day of holiday in the entire year. And it was because we got to the summer holidays, and the school says, "We know you've been working really hard. We're really sorry that you've been working really hard with COVID and everything else. Why don't we give you a day off?" And even the Korean teachers looked around and went, wait. A day off?
Yep. When it comes to our education systems, and I don't mean like just the examples that you've shared, but obviously those are illustrative of the problem. I really fail to understand how we tolerate any of our current administrative systems around this stuff.
Well, the biggest reason I left Korea is because I'm not happy with the way that they push kids to the point that it is torturous. Learning is something that you should enjoy doing. Learning is not just... what's the word for it? It is not a right. It is not a luxury. It's a pleasure. Learning is something you should enjoy doing. And for Korea, they've turned it into an institution where you have to learn to a certain degree or you won't go ahead. And so there's more suicide, there's more depression, there's more failure in Korean youth than even Japan. And there's only one university that every single kid in Korea wants to go to. Well, thinking about it, how many intakes does a university have in a year? Well, let's say 2,000. 2,000 is probably a good ballpoint figure.
So I mean, I would go with 10,000 based on Sydney University.
Yeah,
But
at
the point still
most.
stands.
At most. That means that every kid who's not in that number has failed.
Yep.
They have failed to meet what their parents, what they personally feel is success. That's not good.
Yep.
You don't want to set up a system where more than half of the kids feel that they have failed to be educated.
You sort of do, depending on your goals, but I agree with the general societal goals of like functional and productive. Yeah,
Well,
it's not good.
The other part of it is that Korea currently has a fertility rate of 0.8. So, if that is your next generation and they are smaller, you want that generation to do well. And they aren't.
Hold up. Like, let's say, so I'm a member of the political elite, and we've got a roughly like a step function with regards to civilization in terms of we do some stuff, we consolidate, we have a period of, you know, new people in information or industry or whatever else, and then we do the same thing again. Right, so the children of these people, like if we're encouraging creating more Koreans, then they're only going to be part of this like extra bit in the future. So their parents' position needs to be accounted for still. Now if you tell people to go have kids a bunch, then you need a bunch of spots to fill. And that doesn't seem to really happen. So I feel like there's a lot of ways to look at like the distribution of labor in these sort of situations, not from necessarily a governmental perspective, but also from a economic perspective. But I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of nuance here. There's a big plot to be told, where you know that most things are omitted from.
Okay, I'm gonna continue on from the post that I just said in chat. What is the Korean poor?
You mean the wealth division?
Those,
sort of thing,
yeah. So if you think about, like, if you did, what's the way of putting it? If you Googled poor or starving or anything like that for the world, what would you expect to get? If you talked about like really not well off, if you're talking
the
about
real low end
of society in the world, what would you expect?
like in Korea particularly.
No, in the world.
Oh, in the world.
What would you expect to come up? Say you did like images, Google images. What would you expect?
Okay, well I have a rough idea about that already. Are we not thinking about Korea particularly?
Yeah, no, I'm talking world. What would you expect if you were doing the world?
be honest, I have no idea.
No idea? Chat, if you were looking at the world poor and you Google world poor or something like that, what would you expect to have come up in images?
So, are we talking about what we expect other people to think about the thing, or what is actually the thing?
Well, I mean, if you're
Like-
asking Google, you would probably say like Africa, right?
So, in terms of Google, I have specific ideas about what would come up. I don't have accurate ideas about what would be the reality of the situation, though. Like, there's a difference between what images will show up in Google if you Google blah, versus what is the actual reality of the situation at blah.
Yeah. Would you
And I don't-
expect that Africa or in third world countries and all that sort of stuff would be what you would expect to see?
If we're talking about an average, a proper average, like from a global thing, I mean, so no, I wouldn't expect to see that because Africa is not the average. Like,
Any longer. Yeah.
well, no, not just not any longer, but just there's only at most a billion people, give or take, in that, which is much less than the global population. So
Yeah.
there's no way it would be the average. But you can use that example for everything.
As a continent, though, Africa has generally got more problems, and they're working to build their point up to where the rest of the world has been. That is where they
Sure.
are currently, right?
I mean, but they're like, yes. So India is also trying to do the same thing, except
Yeah.
that they've got a different set of problems. China's decades behind Africa in terms of many of those things, except technologically decades ahead in some other respects.
Okay.
So, in terms of where things are, like, I mean, it's hard to say any objective
Okay.
value on.
So I'll turn it around because I see where you're going
Yep.
with this. But if you were to talk about South Korea, what is the demographic that is in that position?
I expect, on an average, like mostly well off in the scheme of things.
Okay.
Which
but
I
who
expect
are
to be
the
wrong,
lower?
but
Older,
that is the-
older, younger? What are we talking about?
No, I think it's probably pervasive. I mean, but and to be honest, I have to admit ignorance in that most of my information about Korean society comes from Parasite.
Throughout, so you think it doesn't matter on terms of like where they're from in life and all that sort of stuff?
No, I think it probably matters a lot, but it's not something that I can predict based on. I mean, except via generalizations.
Okay. Well, Prutzer has said that younger people will be poor. And he's half right. He's half right in that at the moment, the issue is that a lot of young people are finding that it's very, very hard to live. But what used to be the model is that the younger generation would support the older generation. And now they can't afford to. So, who is the poorest generation in Korea now?
Well, arguably, the old people have
100%.
no resource.
The older people now no longer have the younger people to look after them. So now, the poorest generation is the oldest. They did all their work, they got through the point where they went from a developing country into a wealthy country, and they have a 0.8% fertility rate, and it is more and more expensive for the younger generation to look after them. So guess what? The older people work really hard to get the younger people to get to where they are, and the younger generation cannot afford to look after the older generation. So the oldest generation is now the poorest generation. So if you Google, and you probably can, if you want to Google the poor in South Korea, you will find it is the elderly, which is so different from almost every other country in the world. Korea, the oldest the older population is the poor population. Yeah, it's quite odd. You see a lot of old ladies, old men going around collecting recycling, collecting cardboard, collecting whatever they can to try to survive. Also, like, one of the diners I used to go to, like, after hours, after 10 o'clock at night, had two, like, 80-year-old women running it. Because what often happens is that a lot of the older people, after they're too, like, in Korea, if you're about 50, you tend to get fired. You're no longer useful, so you get removed. Hey, Bywak! You're up early? Are you up to train before you have your match?
Oh jeez, it's 2 a.m. So I think culturally, like what you're describing about so I don't disagree with your description of Korean culture in terms of what I've heard about. There are many aspects of the culture that are congruent with what you've
Too
described.
stressed. Yeah, keep going. Sorry.
I can't help but feel that many of the consequences are both due to the culture, but at the same time the culture is an impediment in terms of addressing some of these problems, because the culture is ultimately anti-criticism in multiple ways. And I think like the Korean example is sort of a good sample of this, in that there's never really room for people to point out, hey, the plan is wrong, sort of thing. Like the people who are actively subjected to the thing. And I mean, this ties in a little bit with what I know from particularly stories from airline culture about Korean pilots. And they have such a respect for authority that they literally will die for it, which is utterly useless in any life-preserving situation. To be frank, the willingness to die for something is worthless when you want to survive.
Yeah. One of the words that I use for my kids for a lot is a phrase called bale bale, which is Korean for go fast, basically. And it's their lifestyle. Their lifestyle is bale bale, which basically means you do everything at 100 miles an hour, and that's what you're expected to do. And I think that's why there's so much stress and so much concern all the time, because that's the expectation. Koreans are second or third in the world for the amount of alcohol consumed for hard liquor, because they drink a lot of sake, which soju, basically.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I feel like it's a pretty soft hard liquor, but it's a very hard other alcohol.
It's a sweet vodka, basically. And
yeah, you can just drink a lot more of it than vodka, like.
But it's cheap. You could buy it. Well, you could buy a bottle of it for $1, $2. Hey, see you later, Tree. So it was very, very accessible and very, very cheap. So they drink a lot when they are relaxing, so it's very much a culture of work hard, live hard, drink hard. Which, coming from a New Zealander and an Aussie, yeah, it's different, but they drink more. We're casual drinkers, they are work drinkers.
I wonder how much this affects our general, like in terms of cultural judgment on various things.
What do you mean? How so?
Well, for one, it would be how much tolerance we're willing to give to a situation. This would be like a societal-wide benefit you just get. Like in terms of you could do something in the US that would be condemned by the population, but in Australia it would be fine.
Maybe. I mean, I have a whole bunch of Japanese kids in my year 11 class at the moment. They are my best mathematicians. They are very good at just doing things by rote. Like, they're really good mathematicians. They've been taught well before they came to New Zealand. And they are in New Zealand, and I know this pretty much essentially because I know the system now, because their parents realize they are not like the top students in Japan, and so if they stayed in Japan, they would not get into the top Japanese universities. So they're in New Zealand to get good grades and get a good mark, so that according to New Zealand standards, they are top of the top. They get excellence in everything, and then it looks really good, so they can go back to Japan and look really good. But the reason they're in New Zealand is because if they weren't in New Zealand, they wouldn't look very good. And so they have left Japan because of the institution that is in Japan. Same thing with any Korean student that comes to Japan. It's because their parents are aware enough of the system to know that if they stay in the country, they'd be doomed to fail. It's just shit.
I agree that it's a bad situation. The other thing that occurs to me is that from like a Korean perspective, it might be seen as cheating. From an outside perspective, it's seen as just a sensible thing to do.
Yeah, honestly, it is. I'm sure that there would be like if these kids are maybe wanting to go to Samsung or go to one of the big institutions, and they'll go, "Where did you study?" "Oh, I studied in Auckland in New Zealand." "Oh, you went to New Zealand to study." Well, that means something entirely different than if you studied at such and such in Korea. So, at the same point, there will be people within industry who will know what that means.
There's an extra layer there as well of like these skills are already in like high demand and low supply, but then you have an inconsistent environment, so you don't know. There's a lack of information about the applicant as well as the testing apparatus. So I don't know, both of those things are a significant source of error that neither are controlled to a significant degree from what I can tell.
Yeah.
Applicants more so, but that's about it.
Well, I mean, I have the same problem. There is a national shortage in mathematics teachers. And we have applicants
I think it's been like 2 decades now. There's been
a shortage of teachers in general. And there are a lot of teachers from outside New Zealand who are still looking at New Zealand and going, "That's a pretty nice country to live in. I'd be happy to live in New Zealand." And we currently have a lot of Indian teachers who are looking to apply to teach in New Zealand. I work with one. But the nature of teaching in India versus teaching in New Zealand is very different. And understanding how kids operate and understanding how. So it's no longer just about teaching. It's about what are the kids like and what is the nature of the classroom. And so, how do you take an applicant who's in India, who's never been in New Zealand, to go, alright, yeah, you would be a good choice. I would happily take you. Versus someone who's trained in New Zealand, never taught a day in their life, but at least is trained in New Zealand. It's just so hard.
Well, the advantage of the person trained in New Zealand is basically just cultural. And
Yeah.
one of the things that occurs to me is that I've never heard of someone who's been brought over for like a teacher position being asked, hey, here's a video of the typical like experience from your country. Please point out the things that are wrong.
Yeah.
And that's all the prompting that's been given. Like, that's all the prompting that should be given. In the sense that it's like if you watched a video of like a social interaction going on, and then someone like proceeds to take advantage of someone, you would know, like, from the... You wouldn't need to see the act in order to know the pretense. But especially for English teachers, the fact that they can't know a pretense without like having committed the act in terms of doing stuff from the point of being manipulated into participating in something. Anyway, I think there's just so many gaps here, and I think these gaps are... So these are serious philosophical gaps in the way that we deal with education and society. And it cannot really improve unless there is a rejection of those standards. However, a rejection of those standards in favor of any other standard, like for the sake of any other standard, is guaranteed to lead to chaos. And so all of this needs to be done in a meaningful way, and there is no meaningful structure in any country that I know of in terms of improving the education system. So I don't know. Our future is up to the gods. So I don't know where I started, but that's where I'm gonna finish.
Fair enough. I remember while I was doing my training as a teacher for English online, I had to do like all these like lesson plans for what would I do and how would I teach it. And I remember going, I have nothing here on like how I'm going to do it, and no planning, no nothing. How am I going to do a lesson plan? So it's like, alright, I'll watch some YouTubes and see if I can find some like videos online that might give me some good ideas. And the very first lesson I loaded up was from like either Thailand or Malaysia. And it started with this guy drawing a picture on a board, on a whiteboard, and going, but, this is the but. And I looked at it and went, what the fuck? He just drew a boat. And realizing that I didn't need to do any lesson planning whatsoever, that it would always be dependent on like how good my English was and how good my ability to teach was, because accent would change whatever I said regardless, because he was calling a boat a butt. And it was like all these kids, it was like, what? And all these kids were going, what?
So, funny spree. For my 21st birthday, I ordered a private boat, but made a similar pronunciation error, and had a much better 21st birthday for it.
Oh no.
I'm taking the piss entirely, but...
But it was just awful. What?
This end up with a private butt instead of a private boat? I think that's a win.
Yeah, I mean, you take that, right? Surely. For a 21st, you do.
Right, it's consensual for sure.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's not like the boat can really resist, so.
And the butt isn't.
It's the part you pay for, so.
As Killdrake says, private butt? Lucky. Yeah, it depends on how the butt looked.
Alright, I don't know about you, Lucanta, but I gotta head off at some point. It's like 2:15 in the morning.
Yeah, I know, it's
I
late
can't
here
imagine
too.
that it's better for you.
It's worse.
To be honest, I was really unsure about how time zones work until you mentioned that, and now I fully understand.
I almost want to leave on that. Did you see what time I got?
No!
Have a look at the stream.
God, I gotta find. I've got too many browser windows.
Okay, I'll hold it for you.
Man, Firefox. I don't know if anyone else has
Isn't
this where
that
you
great,
occasionally just
Killdrake?
type in a URL and it just shows up with settings instead. No, I'm just waiting for that refresh icon.
I'll wait for Zetrov.
Oh, that's a bloody nice time. That's
But have you seen what gold is?
well, you know, it's gonna. Oh, hey, that's not bad. That is.
We keep that, right? We never,
We keep
ever,
that.
ever,
100%.
ever hunt this map ever again.
Well, the best part of it is that if anyone ever decides to hunt this map and they're like, hey, let me go use a plugin to try and find out what the gold medal is. Because of course Nadeo doesn't offer it for this.
I'm
Anyway, you'll show up.
Yeah. Yeah, 1/1000th of a second off ahead of gold. Yeah.
It would take 3 people to come up with like a 40-second time on the map to make you not the metal ghost. Or one of the metal ghosts for this thing. This time.
39.999.
I don't think I've ever gotten a 999 time. Like,
No,
I've had-
normally you get a 000. You get exactly it, you share it. Alright. Going to move on. But time for a raid.
That reminds me of a recent D&D campaign, Advanced Edition. Anyway, my really hot shit fighter was a bit too cocky, along with 2 other members of the party that decided, in the absence of the other 3, to go attack the pirates early.
That went
We were
poorly.
down to 2 down. We had 1 pirate left. We had Conan the Barbarian basically was this fighter. 6 rounds. We both rolled non-hits. Like remember that 2 of the party members are down at this point. This is someone with like 18 to hit type, like as in crazy odds. Crazy, like, just failed every time. Insane. And, yeah, anyway. So, the 2 party members ended up dead. That's
Yeah, Monday night for my Call of Cthulhu campaign, we had two members of the party not die, but two members of the party had temporary insanity.
alright. I don't know in terms of Call of Cthulhu how bad that is.
They have permanently got some sort of derangement for the rest of their character's life.
Hold up, did you say the characters had temporary insanity?
Insanity, yeah.
But that's a permanent effect?
Yeah.
Because I feel like maybe there's a discrepancy between the
Okay.
label and the effect there.
So, you can have a temporary insanity, but if you get to a certain threshold, you get a permanent
Okay.
effect.
So
And-
it's like it's like being like bleeding out, and you get to a point where you've just bled out too much and you die.
Yeah.
But before that, you're roughly functional.
Essentially. So one of my characters is... Two of the characters have gained something extra for the rest of their life. But it's worse than that. They're in the middle of Australia, in Western Australia, about 400, 500 kilometers inland. And the only way they survived the combat was that they had the only two vehicles they had run into each other and destroy each other. So they're not only partially insane, but also they have no vehicles.
Cool. I don't really want to join this campaign, but can I roll a character for the next one? 'Cause it sounds interesting.
It's fun. Yeah.
What it reminds me of actually is that I've got a guy I know who's writing a or not a campaign but like a game based on the open 5th edition rules thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, called Feral, which is set in a post-apocalyptic Australian outback situation. The big outback type thing, is in like spanning all the states. And everyone is mutated reptile-y type things,
Oh my.
basically. So genetic mutation, like in terms of a commodity, has become so commonplace that people just do it they've just done it all the time, and no one is human anymore. Like it's just we're all walking crocodiles and whatever else. That sort of thing. Anyway, I love the idea, and it's just the world is one of those things that's been slowly created, and I don't know if it's ever going to see the light of day, but I would love it to. It would be so fun.
I'm just giving the stream a farewell. I think there's probably only one or two of that are actually in this stream right now, but have a wonderful day, everybody. I will see you soon. Sir Trevor, I'm going to keep talking in a moment. Ciao.